So we're here doing NXT. It's NXT Vengeance Day, and it's a bit of a weird show, this one, to be honest with you. It's got lots of matches that we've been building towards. Whether these matches are essential, like unmissable, I don't know. I think that it's probably missing like the Zarya Sol Ruka match. I'm really shocked actually that we didn't put that on here, because that obviously has been like a really big focus. Joe Hendry against Ricky Saints for the championship is going to be fun. Tatum Izzi, that'll be fun. We have seen a match from them already though, but it'll still be fun. Lola Kelani in an underground match, can't be down on that. We don't tend to get underground matches that often. Jaida Blake's had a little bit of heat to it. That's in a street fight. And then, I don't know, the Tony Dion match, I don't understand. Tony D'Angelo saying that he's going to bring down Dark State by beating one of the 4 members just doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. I just don't understand it. Plus also, surely he has got a plan for if the other members are going to get involved. Like, surely he's got some sort of strategy, hasn't he, for what's he going to do when Saquon gets involved and Osiris gets involved. Maybe he's already dealt with Osiris, but Osiris will recover. Osiris is not going to be out very long. Osiris might miss this show because he did get sneak attacked. So perhaps he's dealt with Osiris, but he's still got 2 other members to worry about, Saquon and Cutler. So I don't quite understand that one, to be honest with you. I don't quite understand the booking of that. That'll be okay. Like, that could be a main event on NXT. That could be a main event on NXT. And then we got 2 championship matches, right? So I think the card's okay, fine. I don't know if there's anything here people would class as unmissable if you had somewhere to go tonight. And we are at the Performance Center as well, which is a little bit of a shame, because the Performance Center, of course, is, I don't know, where we are every week. I think it's always fun with these specials to go to a different location. So it's a weird one. I'm not going to lie to you. It is a weird one. It's one that's got title implications, and it's got a few quirky matches, but it's just nice to be doing wrestling on a Saturday. It was this time last week that we were doing Elimination Chamber. Here we are now doing Vengeance Day. And next weekend, we're looking to do AAA Raider Rays, or however you pronounce it. Looks to be quite an interesting show next week. So, yes, that's the breakdown. I suppose we can just do some quick predictions, because I haven't done any predictions for this show. I think Joe Hendry retains. I think Ethan is going to make his presence felt. I think that Tatum Paxley is potentially going to get the victory. Izzi could retain. I think that one's quite close, but I'm going to say Joe retains. So, I don't know. Tatum is a pretty big star, to be honest. I could see them having her go over Izzi. So, I'm going to go Joe. I'm going to go Tatum, so we get a new champion. I'm going to go Lola, because I think NXT Underground is her match. Jaida, Blake Monroe, that's tricky. The fans love Jaida. Street fight should be up Jaida's street. So I might go Jaida on that. I think that it's going to be very interesting to see this dark side of Blake Monroe and see what that dark side of Blake Monroe can bring. So that'll be interesting to see what comes out of that. I'm going to go Jaida just because I feel like this should be her match. But that dark side of Blake will be interesting. And then, I mean, look, Tony can get the win over Dion. No issue. But that ain't ending Dark State, is it? I don't get the logic of him saying he's looking to bring down Dark State, and somehow by beating Dion in a match, that's going to achieve it. I mean, if this was like loser leaves NXT type situation, which you would never book Dion into a match like that. But if this was loser leaves NXT and then he was going to take them all out using that method, then maybe it could make some sense. But yeah, okay. I'm kind of looking forward to that, so that they can explain it to me as to what the story is here. Obviously, Tony going after Dark State, he's in a match with one of them, but there's still plenty of others to have to contend with. And that's our card. So there we go. That's Vengeance Day. We are obviously live with that. Well, in an hour and 50 minutes, we've got the countdown show, but I always like to start before, as you lot know. So we can get stuck into the talking points of the day. Rachel, hello, said, is this the last NXT PLE until Stand and Deliver? Do you know? I'm trying to think if there is any others. I don't believe there are. So my belief is yes. Let's just have a look at last year and just see if there was anything that they squeezed in. But to be honest, we're in early March. You know, Stand and Deliver, that's going to be mid-April. So it's only just over a month away. So my belief is yes. But I can double check for you. Yeah, so last year we actually did this in the middle of February. We did it on February 15th. And main event was Julia versus Bayley versus Roxanne versus Cora Jade. Which, do you know, I have no recollection of. I have no recollection of that whatsoever. But apparently that was the main event. Julia, Bayley, Roxanne, Cora Jade, Fatal 4-Way for the NXT Championship. Julia getting the win. Oh, okay. I do sort of remember it now, but I remember it because of the match before. The match before was Obafemi against Theory and Grayson Waller, and I can sort of remember that. It was Obafemi taking on... it was a triple threat. But obviously it was Obafemi and A-Town Down Under. Ethan Page, Javon, Eddie Thorpe against Trick Williams. Fraxium against Josh Briggs and Inamura. Stephanie against Fallon Henley. That was our card from last year. And we were not at the Performance Center last year. We were in Washington. We were in Washington last year. So that's what we were doing this time last year. And yeah, the next one after this was Stand and Deliver. So the next one this year will be Stand and Deliver as well. Millennial said, Daze, I think the Colognes are going to attack Dark State. They could form a faction with Tony D. What? Epico and Primo? I have not heard any word on them. But... he would be wise to have some backup. He would be wise to have a plan as to who he's going to bring in to deal with the other members. Millennial said, if you look at the NXT Vengeance cards of 2024 and 2025 and then look at 2026, there is a clear downgrade. Yeah, to be honest with you, I don't quite understand why. Because we've got, like... I mean, if you look last year... We had Austin Theory, we had Grayson Waller, we had Bayley. So I understand people can say that the men's division is a little bit weak now that we've lost Oba, Javon, and we've lost Trick, right? I understand there's an argument, and I wouldn't disagree. But what I would say is that we've still got Joe Hendry, we've still got Ricky Saints, we've still got Ethan Page. Like, we've still got some people around. We could always have used some people from TNA. We could have boosted by bringing in Moose or bringing in someone, right? Bringing in Mike Santana, bringing in the Hardys. I don't know who they've got at their disposal, but, we could have brought in some TNA talent. But even more than that, could we have not have just borrowed someone from the main roster? I mean, there must be someone up there like Johnny Gargano who is not really doing a great deal. So, I mean, what's Johnny doing? Johnny's just getting murked. Johnny's lying down and getting murked by Obafemi. Like, we couldn't have just borrowed Johnny and done a quick little story with him as we built towards Vengeance Day. So, I don't quite understand. The thing that I'm confused by is I do agree this is a downgrade on what we've had in recent years. But I don't understand why, because I know people will say, well, we just lost Strick, we just lost Oba, we just lost Devon. Yeah, but last year we had 3 main roster stars feature. This year we have 0. Why? Why have we not got some main roster stars? Why have we not gone and got some people from TNA? Why have we not gone and got anyone from AAA? I mean, not that I need AAA people. I don't think they really contribute too much. But, you know, you could have done Hendry, Ricky Saints, Ethan as a triple threat. That could have been really fun. You know, I'd say they're the 3 biggest male competitors that we've got right now in NXT. You could have chucked them all into that one match and done like a big triple threat. Why didn't we do the Sol Ruka Zarya split a little earlier? And why is their first match not on this cards? That would have made this stronger, because obviously that would have a bit more heat to it. If this was the first time Sol Ruka Zarya were going to be facing after their split. But we've not done that kind of either. JC not defending the belt on this show is a bit strange. I know she defended just the other day. But again, you know, to make this show even bigger, wouldn't you have JC on this show? I agree with you. The card is strange. We've got an underground match, a street fight, a mid-card women's title. In fact, I mean, we haven't even got Ethan. I mean, or Miles. So it feels like they've took from this show to make some recent NXT episodes a little bit stronger. I mean, recently we had Miles against Ethan. That could have gone down on this show. We could have had the new champ, the new mid-card champ on this show. We've done, obviously, some women's matches. JC defending against Zarya, which was a really good match, actually. But, you know, that's obviously not on this show as a result. So perhaps they've been taking some big matches away from this show to make NXT bigger, which is okay. Again, that's fine. If you want to do that, that's fine. But it does then make it a bit more puzzling that you don't go and get main roster stars, or you don't go and get some TNA talent, just to bolster this card a little bit. Hey ho, though, whatever. I'm quite happy being here doing wrestling on a Saturday, as I said. But yeah, I don't disagree that it does feel a little bit of a step down. But I have found 36 accounts of people claiming to be me in other streams. It's weird. A couple of years ago, I just turn them in and move on when I find them, says William. Hello, William. Hope you're doing well. Do we know that Roadblock is March 31st on Sci-Fi? Is that a TV special? Is that like a Tuesday special? Mr. Fuldy said, Daze, I'm going to watch your reaction, but I'm going to be watching UFC tonight. Yeah, have fun. It looks like a pretty fun night of UFC action. I saw the main event is Oliveira against Holloway, so should be a hell of a fight. King Gamer said, Daze, how could WWE do Drew dirty? At this point, are you now on the train that we should fire Triple H? It's not fair to guys like Drew LA Knight to push Cody. King Gamer, no, I think you're looking at it wrong, buds. So on this one, I am... I think I'm understanding what's happened better than a lot of people online. So this isn't a case that we've done Drew dirty like everyone online is saying. It's WWE's incompetence showing its head once again. It's WWE successfully managing to find new and exciting ways to screw up, mess up creative, fumble, drop the ball. I mean, amazing work. Yeah, it's gold medal stuff, to be honest. When it comes to creative incompetence, it's absolute gold standard. So yeah, so what's happened is that Cody, and we have said this, a lot of you will already know this, so we'll race through this, right? But Cody basically was going to carry that belt into WrestleMania. Originally, he was going to face Roman, but we know that plans have changed a few times. And then when he dropped the belt to Drew, word on the street was it was going to be Cody against Drew, right? That was the rumor that was doing the rounds. But apparently, word has come out that Cody was always going to be getting this belt back. One of the reasons as to why they took the belt away from him was so that he could be used in the Rumble and he could be used in the Elimination Chamber. He can't feature in those matches if he is champion, right? Cody can't go into the Rumble, can't go into Elimination Chamber. So the belief was Cody, who's, you know, a needle mover for them. You can believe that or not, but it's true. He is like one of their big stars. He has got a lot of fan support. You saw the reaction from that live crowds. We did a poll on X just before the championship match asking, what do you want? And it came back 55-45 people wanted Drew. So that means that even on X, which is quite a hostile place for Cody at times, it was close to 50-50 as to what people wanted in regards to who they wanted to like leave as champion, right? And I asked people during our breakdown video, are you happy that Cody won the title? It came back 59% yes, 41% no. So I've run a few polls, and each one keeps coming out around about 50-50, right? So to be honest with you, this is one of those situations that there is just real divide on. No one can sit there and say that everyone agrees that Drew should have lost or everyone agrees that Drew should have won. It's not true, right? The numbers that I've looked at say it's about 50-50, right? And it's just divided opinion. WWE have done fantastically well at making this a 50-50 situation when it didn't need to be a 50-50 situation, right? Had they have booked this better, you could have had a lot more people on Cody's side. But things like what we saw with those backstage segments from yesterday's show, which we kind of broke down in the breakdown, kind of show you why fans are being given reason to question, did Cody deserve this rematch? He didn't win the Rumble. He didn't win Elimination Chamber. He just gets handed another opportunity. And it's like, we didn't have to get to this match that way. But for some reason we did, and then for some reason we brought it up twice on the show, and for some reason we didn't have a great answer for it. And of course you're going to have people questioning, why is Cody being treated that way? Even Sammy kind of came out with that backstage and said, once again, it's an opportunity that falls into your lap. And it's like, what are you trying to do, WWE? What are you trying to do? Why are you saying things that fans are going to turn around and go, yeah, you're right? First of all, why have you booked that and not booked something that makes more sense? But second of all, why have you then got Sammy saying it on the show? Sammy, who's meant to be a babyface right now, questioning Cody and saying something that's going to make fans look at the situation and is going to make fans go, yeah, you're right. He has just had another opportunity fall into his lap. So you do stuff like that, and they've been doing stuff like that for a while now, right? The incompetence of Cody pretty much goes back to WrestleMania 40. I can sit here at length, and I'm not going to, don't worry, and I can list 20 plus things WWE have done to ruin Cody and ruin his momentum. The incompetence has been honestly impressive, staggering. But the thing with this situation is they took the belt off him so that he could be in the Rumble and he could be in Elimination Chamber. The rumor has always been that Cody is going to feature in that WrestleMania main event. And originally last year, Drew was not. Okay? Drew was not. And then word was that it was going to be Cody Drew, and that the plans had changed to Cody and Drew, right? So I think the point that I'm trying to make to you is Cody was always going to get back to the belts. He's not politicked his way back to it, right? It's not a case that Cody has had a word with Triple H or, whatever it might be. Cody was always getting back to that championship. He was always going to be in the main event of WrestleMania. And the reason as to why he dropped it, one of them was so he could be in the Rumble and Elimination Chamber, right? So where a lot of people are saying, how can we screw Drew like this? I think the reverse is actually true, which is fair play. We gave Drew a title run that, to be honest, he didn't necessarily need to have. Cody could have kept carrying that belt, but the main reason why we did it, the main reason why we actually put the belt onto Drew was so Cody could then go into the Rumble and into the Elimination Chamber. So rather than being down on Drew losing the belt, it might be more constructive for you to think, fair play, they gave Drew the belt in the first place, because it was only last year the plans were Roman, Cody, apparently. Drew did not feature at all. And because they wanted Cody in the Rumble and in the Chamber, that's why they put the belt on him. So the idea that we've screwed Drew and took the belt off him and gone back to Cody, and how can we do that, and all that kind of stuff, that was always the plan. Drew is fortunate to have had the 2-month title reign that he just had. Drew is fortunate to have gone in and left Royal Rumble as the WWE champion. Drew is fortunate to have had that belt when WWE ran a show in Scotland, and they got to, celebrate the fact that he was champion, something he had not done before. He had not gone into Scotland as WWE champion. He got to do that, which I would imagine is maybe his career highlight. I can't speak for him, but I would imagine walking into Glasgow full of Scottish people and being the WWE champion and celebrating with them has got to be one of his career highlights. So the idea that this was wasted or it didn't achieve anything, I think it did. I think it achieved that. I think it also made the road to WrestleMania a little bit more unpredictable. Certainly when Drew wins the belt, I was not expecting that. It meant that Cody could go into the Rumble, into the Chamber. You can argue as to whether that helped Rumble or Chamber, whatever, but that was part of the reason why we did it. And, the plan was that it was always going to go back to Cody. I don't think, though, right? So if you want to complain about like Cody, stuff like that, I don't see the angle to complain, okay? So let's just park that for 1 second. We can always come back to that if we need to. Apparently in early February, that's when they decided to go with Cody Randy. Early February. Cody was always going to be there, but they've decided to go Cody Randy. And I think part of the reason is because they feel that because of the backstory and Cody being in the mix anyway, that, we'll go Cody Randy rather than Drew Cody Randy. They think the singles match is going to be better. Maybe because they can dig into the personal issues and they don't need that extra noise of Drew being around. Drew now goes off probably into a thing with Jacob. And yeah, look, I agree that it's a shame for Drew that he does not get to be in that WrestleMania main event. I do think that they should have done the Fatal 4-Way at this stage, or a triple threat, but I think I would have had Jacob involved as well. So, if anyone was to say, what would you book at WrestleMania? I would book the Fatal 4-Way. I would do Drew, I would do Jacob, I would do Cody, I would do Randy. But I do push back hard if people want to say that this is Cody's fault that Drew's not there. That is not correct. From all the stuff that I've read, that is not correct. Cody was always going to be in that main event. It seems like Triple H had a choice. Do I want to do Cody Drew? Do I want to do Cody Randy? Do I want to do Cody Drew Randy? Do I want to do Cody Drew Jacob? Do I want to do Cody Drew Jacob Randy? He's had to choose between those. And seemingly, he has chosen Cody Randy. Now, obviously, we've seen a backlash today to that decision, which, no one is surprised by this. But we know there's been a backlash, of course, online to Cody getting the belt back. Whether that will make them think twice about having Drew involved in that main event, we'll have to wait and see. They can always change plans again, I suppose, and get Drew back up there and do it as a triple threat or do it as a Fatal 4-Way. So we'll have to wait and see. I hope they do. I hope they do. I hope they do decide to do that. I think it would be the right thing to do with Drew being as heavily featured as he has been. But yeah, I push back on the Cody has found his way back into the. It's just not true. He was always coming back into this. Drew is fortunate to have had the 2 months that he has had, and maybe looking at the reaction the fans have had by Drew now not being in that main event, or seemingly not being in that main event, I wonder if Triple H is regretting putting the belt on Drew at all. I wonder if he's thinking, if I just left that belt on Cody and then moved Cody away from Drew and done a Drew Jacob thing, no one would be upset now. No one would be kicking off now about Drew not being up there. But the fact that you teased it, the fact that you had Drew be champ for 2 months in January and February, the fact that we had a winner of a chamber, and I believe there was a graphic that showed Drew Randy as being the main event of WrestleMania, the fact that you gave people that and have now taken it away, I wonder if they regret Drew being champ at all. Don't know. It'd be very interesting to see the conversation that they are having. They might not be having any conversation tonight, but it'll be very interesting whenever they're meeting to have the Unreal cameras in there. I can only imagine Triple H walks in the room and go, guys, we effed it. We absolutely effed it. And I'm not even referring to Cody winning last night. I'm just referring to the whole booking of the WWE title. The whole booking of the WWE Championship since WrestleMania 40 can be summed up by we effed it. So it's a marvelous spectacle, and there's a lot of different kind of bits that you can break down. I'm clear. I'd have Drew in that match. I'd have him in that match. No, I would not fire Triple H over the fact that he's made the decision to do Cody Randy instead. You know, if he wants to do that because he thinks Cody Randy is the right match, and he thinks that Drew Jacob is the right match, and he thinks that they work better as separate matches, I can see the logic to it. The problem he's got is he dangled the carrot of having Drew in the main event, and he got like people excited about a different main event, and now he's took that away from them, and the reactions have been the reactions. Nathan said this version of Cody reminds me of Hogan in 95 when he went to WCW. His support waned. What they did is they turned him a year later. Yep. I think that Cody's support has waned, definitely. He's still got a healthy amount of support, though. Like, there's still a lot of people online that I've seen defending the fact that he won that championship. I'd be quite happy to join that army of Cody defenders, because honestly, I get really wound up on this subject. There's not many things that really do kind of annoy me, like really annoy me. Things like Pat, he annoys me, because I just don't think he's a good commentator, and I think he's only there because he's a celebrity. And when you see people like Corey Graves being told, sorry, you're just not famous enough, you need to go down to NXT because we've got this clown doing it now. I get annoyed by that, right? And when I look at this situation, I get annoyed because I said the other day, yesterday, like, WrestleMania 40 was so good. And we had all these kind of Avengers like moment where we got all these amazing big names to, you know, help Cody be the one. And, you know, The Rock and Cena and Undertaker, Seth, you know, that amazing moment. And it is like, you felt like you was watching something really important. You felt like you was watching something really significant. And that's because you was. This was, you know, Dusty never did it. This is still Dusty Rhodes' kids. Dusty never won that championship. Goldust never won it. Dustin never won it. Cody had never won it. No Rhodes had ever won it. And we finished the story in the most spectacular way possible. And I would say everyone, pretty much everyone, was on board with it. I think it was so well received. It's still our highest rated match ever. It's one of the highest highs in recent times. I would say even ever. I mean, a lot of people say that 5 minutes is the best 5 minutes in WWE history. A lot of people absolutely love the end of that match. And isn't it just heartbreaking that you've got a guy who just wants to do his best? All he does is try and, you know, he's there for the fans. You want a picture, he'll give you a picture. You want an autograph, he'll give you an autograph. Like, what do you want me to do, boss? You know, he's only ever tried to work hard and do the right thing and, you know, all of that stuff. And it's just such a shame that the creative has been not just bad. I mean, it has been unbelievable with just how incompetent it has been. That now we find ourselves in this situation where so many fans are kind of turning their backs on Cody. That I find myself getting so angry at WWE creative. And I know that a lot of people out there don't particularly blame them, but, well, I think you should, because it might be worth a video. It honestly might be worth me sitting down and just kind of revisiting Cody's run and just kind of jotting down all the little bits that they got wrong, all the little things that made the fans question Cody or pick the opponent rather than him, or all the times that he was just in a nothing like feud. Like, you know, we come out of WrestleMania 40, I think he faces AJ, but there's no heat in those matches or in that feud. They're banger matches, but there's not much of a feud there, right? You look at I think he faces Logan Paul, which is like, blimey now. I think he faces Solo Sikoa at SummerSlam. I mean, you know, you want him to be facing these big names. You want to have, like, you know, things ready for him. And, you know, these are the names that you get: Logan Paul and Solo Sikoa. So, you know, we kind of get into that kind of stuff. And then I think one of them was him and Roman against Solo and, was it Tamatonga? So, you know, there was like a weird tag match thing, which it was him and Roman teaming together. So he wasn't like defending the belt on that. And he was kind of caught in this weird bloodline thing, which didn't have loads to do with him. You know, he was just like, he could have been like, where was the big juicy feud? I mean, if you look at what he does after WrestleMania 40, he gets just caught up in a solo thing. And then Roman comes back and he's still sort of involved in, rather than us doing him and Randy and just moving him away and getting him into something really satisfying, we just end up messing around. Solo was not good enough to be in that position, and the whole thing was flat, and you just kind of go, blimey hell. So, yeah, you know, very frustrating. It's been frustrating since WrestleMania 40, so it's probably, as I said, worth the video. You could put all the stuff in there. The incompetence of the booking. Gimna, I don't know how you pronounce that. Gimna Jalesta said, evening, greetings from Poland. Oh, hello, Poland. It's 10:35 in Poland. I'm outraged after yesterday's SmackDown. So far, there's 115,000 dislikes on YouTube. Yes, to the surprise of no one. Tabasco said, can they coexist? Yeah, it was probably one of those situations. Can they blooming coexist? Now you know how I feel about Sammy, says Glotness. What, not a fan? I'm sure the backlash on Cody is the IWC. Can't blame Cody, it's creative. He had 2 good feuds with KO and Drew won the title. Have a great babyface, and they ruined it, says Chris. I would actually agree with your comment there, Chris, that there was 2 good feuds. And that's about it. The one with Kevin I thought was very good. And actually, interestingly, at that time, there wasn't a great backlash to Cody at that time. If you go back to the end of 2024, going into early 2025, which is when we were doing the Winged Eagle kind of stuff, even that, though, was a bit crazy, because you had Kevin Owens walking around with the Winged Eagle, which is the most beloved belt in the history of WWE. You had Kevin being a bit of a badass, like saying, I'm actually the real world champion, walking around with the Winged Eagle, yeah? And that's cool, isn't it? I think we could all agree that's cool. So Kevin and the Winged Eagle was cooler than Cody with the current belts. So I would actually say you're right. It was a great feud because of the stuff that we were doing. But even in that feud, we were still making the heels look cooler than the babyface, which was crazy in my mind. It led to their match at Royal Rumble, which was very, very, very well received. Very well received. That was an excellent match. You might remember Kevin getting driven through like some ladders and being like down and bloody. And to be honest, I mean, it wasn't long after that that he retires. He does have the match with Sammy at the Chamber, and that might have been his last match. I can't remember if Kevin had another one after that, but it was right towards the end of Kevin's time, obviously being a competitor. And I did read earlier today, they're hoping that Kevin's going to make it back. Apparently Kevin is potentially going to, like, they're going to have a look at him. They're hoping there is a chance that he could return later this year. So it's been a long time. I mean, it's probably been just over a year now since we've seen Kevin, like, competing. I think his absence is very much felt. Would be great to get him back. Of course it would. But yeah, they're keeping fingers crossed that there could be some improvement there, and they're going to look later this year, summertime, I heard. So we'll have to see what comes of that. Robbie said the fact that Cody has been champion 17 after the last 21 months isn't helping any narrative. By this time next year, he'll be halfway to Cena's 17. Bleacher wrote a scathing article about Triple H, says Robbie. Steve said if Cody makes them more money, then they'll keep going with Cody. It's less about a creative product and good storytelling and more about squeezing out every dollar that they possibly can. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think there is a way of doing both. I think there is a way of having your top merch sellers and putting them into creative stories that entertain and actually tick in both. But I don't think you have to choose. I don't think you have to choose. Do I want to just keep going after the people that are making me money and sacrifice the stories? Or do I go for the stories using the right people and I sacrifice making... I don't think you have to choose. I think there is very much a way that you can have both. You can take your top merch sellers and you can put them in creative stories. And WWE just don't seem to be able to work that out. Andy said, Daze, hi, hello, shout out to you, buds. Sweet Sassy said, let's talk about heels are being loved because in all the promos they have told the truth. Yeah, do you know, this is a big problem and it's not a coincidence that this is happening. This is something I would love to speak to Triple H about. If, in fact, I would go as far as to say, if I could just ask Triple H one question, that is the question I would ask Triple H. I would ask Triple H, why do you feel that it is a good idea to have the heels coming out with statements and comments that build them sympathy? Why do you think that is constructive? And that would be my question. And to be honest with you, I would hope that he wouldn't answer it straight away. I don't even care if he doesn't answer it at all. Right? I hope that he would just think about it and he would mull it over, because we did this with Kevin Owens, right? Where Kevin was going off, you might remember, saying that there's a conspiracy against him. They were trying to screw him out of the championship, all that kind of stuff. So, you had Kevin kind of going off. You've got Drew doing the exact same thing. Drew making out like the world's against him, providing all these points as to why the world's against him. And, of course, I mean, all that happens is you do have some fans that look at it and go, yeah, he's right. But if you've got fans listening to the heels going, yeah, he's right, he is being screwed, they stop being heels. They're not heels then. A heel is someone that's hated. Drew stopped being hated by a lot of people. That meant he stopped being a heel, right? What we've just witnessed is kind of a babyface feud. They might not have wanted Drew to be a babyface, and in their minds, they might be confused as to why Drew is enjoying the support that he's enjoying. But a lot of people will have seen those comments yesterday about Drew saying, you've gone back on your agreement. You know, Cody is not meant to get a rematch. If he wants a match, he had to win the Rumble. He had to win the Chamber, right? I genuinely believe he was going to win the Chamber. And I believe that there was a change of plan. And then I think they found themselves in a situation where they were like, right, okay, how do we get Cody to the title now? He hasn't won the Rumble. He hasn't won the Chamber. How are we going to get Cody to the title? And I think the solution they came up with sucked. The solution they came up with is, let's have Drew attack Cody. We'll get Nick Aldis to be so angry at the fact that Drew got involved in the Rumble, got involved in the Chamber. He's just going to book the title match out of anger. And we'll put the belt back onto Cody that way. And, well, you've just gone and upset a load of people, haven't you? Because a load of people now are looking at it going, he didn't deserve that. He didn't earn that. And you go, it's Clowns R Us. It is so bad. It is so bad. And the frustrating thing for me is it's not creative that take the blame. It's not creative that everyone's like having a pop at today. If you look on X, it's Cody. Cody is the one. His character, Cody as a person, just it's Cody that suffers for the incompetence of creative and for the things that they keep doing. And you just go, how this? You know, he seems like such a genuine nice guy, and I know that shouldn't matter, but I always like try and put myself in different people's positions. I think it gives you such an interesting perspective. And this one really hits hard for me because at WrestleMania 40 going into it, and I think honestly this is what a lot of this comes down to, right? At WrestleMania 40 going into that match, I said we should have Cody win, right? Not a big bold prediction, but I did say yes. Now is the time. You can't keep kicking this can down the road. We already teased it at 39. We didn't do it. Now we're at WrestleMania 40. It's an anniversary WrestleMania. We've been delaying this. We should do it, right? I don't think too many people were in disagreement. I think most people would be like, yeah, this is the right time to put the belt on Cody, right? There was a concern. There was a concern that I had. There was concern that other content creators had. There was a concern that people in the IWC had. There was a concern. I didn't care about that concern, right? I really didn't. And the concern was very simple. The concern was chasing a title it works, right? Someone chasing after, it's easy to get sympathy for. Come on, you can do it, you know? Climbing that mountain, finish that story, right? That's powerful. Seeing a babyface trying to climb that mountain, we saw it with Daniel Bryan, yeah? We saw it with Kofi for a short time with Kofi Mania. But we saw it more with Daniel Bryan and everyone, yes, in a way, desperate for him to get to the belt. And we saw it with Cody, right? Trying to get to the belt and finish his story. That's powerful. As soon as you put the belt on Cody, you've then got to start a whole new chapter. You got, you know, that powerful climb of the mountain. It stops. Like, everyone goes, he's done it, right? And it's not the same being champion, right? It's you're rooting for him to retain, but you got to work hard. It's harder booking the run than it is booking the climb, because the climb is very easy. People are rooting for you to succeed, But when you've got there, you've done it. You know, babyface is chasing always. That's where the money is. Babyface is being champion. You can do it. I mean, we've seen Cena as champion. We've seen Roman as champion. We've seen loads of babyfaces. Hogan in the 80s as champion. Bruno in the 60s, 70s as champion. We've seen it, but it's difficult, right? It's hard. And there were people saying, don't put the belt on him at 40 because trying to book that is going to be hard. And the point I made was we should not be afraid of the hard work. We shouldn't be afraid of that. If I was in the creative team, I would welcome the opportunity. I would want the opportunity. Let me book it. I'll book it. And I'm sure you'd be the same. Yeah, it's right to put the belt on Cody at 40. Let's not delay it. Let's not not do it just because we know that booking the title run is going to be difficult. Right? Let's not do that. Let's put the belt on him and let's do the hard work. And for me, that's my mindset, right? That's where I was. We put the belt on him at 40. The real hard work was then going to begin. That was when the real hard work was about to begin. Whatever incredible creative minds were out there, you needed to bring them to the table. You needed to have this mapped out. You needed plan A, plan B, plan C, whatever, right? I hope you've got opponents lined up. I hope you've got some OMG moments lined up. I hope that you have got this thing laid out. You've had plenty of time to plan for it. He was meant to win the title at 39. You delayed it a whole 12 months. You went into Mania 40 knowing that he was going to get the job done. So I hope you've got the aftermath all planned out. And the frustrating thing for me is they couldn't do it. They didn't do it. The work did not get done. They were not capable of booking that title run. History will look back at a very, very underwhelming follow-up to WrestleMania 40, which is partly why we're in the situation we're in now. And I just find that so frustrating, so deeply frustrating, because for me, it brings into question WrestleMania 40. And it brings into question, like, should we have done it? Because to be honest with you, I think the answer is yes. But we don't have the creative team good enough to have done that. The creative team is not good enough. That creative team was not good enough to follow up on the WrestleMania 40. What you could have done is you could have had him lose again and just kept him chasing. And one day he would have got there towards the end of his career, could have had a little run with the belt, and could have gone into the sunset having finally finished the story. I still think WrestleMania 40 was the right time. I think the way they did it was excellent. I will give them praise for that. I think this big kind of Avengers type moment was fantastic. But I remember those conversations at that time about should we do it? You know, can we do it? Are we going to be able to follow it up with some really good title reigns and feuds? And it's like, yeah, it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. 40 is the right place. It's the right time. It's the right place. I got to be honest, I still think it was. But now that you look at how incompetent it's been, you go, perhaps we shouldn't. Perhaps we shouldn't have done it. Perhaps we shouldn't have done it. Not because it wasn't the right thing, but because they were not good enough to follow it up. I am absolutely livid at WWE Creative over this whole situation. I'm livid, right? Because I think that they are making me question one of my favorite moments as to whether we should have even done it. I can't even begin to imagine how Cody feels. I mean, I can't even begin to imagine. I have no idea, right? I have absolutely no idea. I'm a bit angry at Cody that he's not really gone off on them. I mean, he has to take some responsibility for doing the stuff that they've told him to do. I mean, he's in a position as champion where he should carry a degree of power. He should carry a degree of, being able to kind of, have a say and, be able to make his feelings known. And I don't know what's gone on there. I mean, I think he's just trusted in Triple H. I think he's just trusted in the creative. I think he's just trusted that they know the right things to do. And, well, they don't, do they? And they've shown that. So, yeah, I mean, to the surprise of no one, the reaction to last night was not well received by online, by the IWC. Whether that's going to actually change anything and put Drew into that main event, I don't know. But the thing that frustrates me is the anger doesn't go to creative. It goes to Cody, and I just think that is very unfair, personally. Keep the Dream said, creative for WrestleMania seems to be all over the place. Well, yeah, true. I mean, I think they've got another issue as well, which is the ticket sales have been slow. I did have some people saying, I can't believe they're blaming Drew for the slow ticket sales. Again, I have to stress this. I think the plan was always that they were going to go back to Cody. And it was early February that they made the call to do Cody Randy. I don't know that Drew has particularly been blamed for the slow ticket sales. He was either going to lose that belt at Mania or last night on SmackDown. So, I don't know that he is particularly being blamed. I think they are potentially looking to see if Randy in that main event could just boost it a little more. Randy being in the main event, he's a big star, he's a legend. So I don't particularly know that Drew is being blamed for that. He shouldn't be. It's not his fault. It's the prices, isn't it? It's the high ticket prices. So and again, some people I think are looking at Randy and Drew being made, tickets not shifting, and so we've panicked and we've gone back to Cody. And you have to just keep stressing, dirt sheets are implying that's just not the situation. Cody only dropped the belt so he could be in the Rumble and he could be in Elimination Chamber. So it's just not a case that, we've gone back to Cody because, oh my God, we need to boost the sales for WrestleMania. No, we were always going back to Cody. I don't think it'll make any difference. I don't think Cody Randy is now going to result in like loads of tickets being sold. I mean, they might shift a few more now that we know that Randy, as of a week ago, is going to be in the main event. Cody was, does any wrestling fan think Cody was going to miss WrestleMania? I mean, I can't imagine any wrestling fan thought that Cody was not going to make it. And the rumors have been that he's been in the main event all along. So, it was him and Roman, then it was him and Drew. And then there was like not even a week, really, where we were a bit confused because Randy had won. So there wasn't even a week where we doubted that Cody was going to be in the main event. So, I don't believe it to be as a result of slow ticket sales or anything like that. The only thing that I can't really answer is why didn't they just do Drew, Randy, Cody? Why didn't they just do Jacob, Drew, Randy, Cody? Why not do the triple threat? Why not do the fatal four-way? Why is it that they want to do Cody, Randy? Why is Drew being excluded from that main event? I can't answer that. I don't know. I can only imagine someone somewhere thinks that the singles match is going to have a bit more heat to it, a bit more of an interesting build. We don't have to dilute the conversation by having a third and a fourth person involved. We can just do like a real interesting back and forth promo exchange, like with Punk and Roman. I think that's a mistake. I think you dangled that carrot and you said to people, Drew's going to be in the main event. He's champion. We're going to put him in the main event. And then you took it away and you got the reaction you got. Doc Holiday said, Punk said he was going to bury me next to my dead fish Steve. Said Doc, oh my God. He's just going around saying this to everyone, isn't he? The nerve of this guy. On top of this, I pitch for a creative team battle royal. Yes. I agree with that. Let's get everyone in creative into a battle royal. If you get eliminated, you lose your job. And what we do is we will just keep the one winner, right? I'll allow them to stay. Maybe they can get the tease, and we'll just bring in new teams. And, the winner of the Battle Royal can stick around, right? But everyone else, you're done. Thanks. I am a bit worried about that woman that's just took the job for lead writer of Raw, and I was saying this yesterday, because she is part of the machine. Do you know what I mean? It's a little bit like how America just got rid of the Iran leader, and the person that's going to replace him looks like someone that was part of his family, that was like already part of the regime. Looks like it's his son that's going to take over. Well, we might have just moved a few people around, but she's been there. She's been part of the problem. She's been part of the creative team that gave us 2025. And now we're promoting her and making her leader. Is it going to result in a brave new world? Is it going to result in an exciting new product emerging? Maybe. Perhaps her ideas were being stifled. Perhaps she is fantastic, and for some reason she just couldn't get her ideas through. Perhaps she was in the corner like, I've got an idea, and they were like, shut up Sharon, or whatever her name is, yeah, and they just weren't listening to her. I don't know. I doubt that was happening. I doubt she was not getting any input. So in my mind, she's been part of the problem. So I don't know. I got a few question marks around that. It could work. It might be fine. It might be great. She might be underutilized. She might be able to shine now in this new lead writer position. But I don't know. She's got to prove it. I tell you what, there's a lot of pressure on her. There's a lot of pressure on her. If I was her, I'd be wanting to do something pretty big, to be honest with you. I mean, I suppose what we saw on Monday was pretty good with the Open and the ambulance and all of that. What we saw with Penta winning the Intercontinental Championship. What we saw with Punk and Roman and that line, which was very controversial, but it got people talking. And so Raw, I think we can agree, was fantastic. That was before she made her announcement that she had been moved to lead writer, though. So I don't know how much she gets credit for the Raw last Monday. But I'd be looking to make an impression. I'd be wanting people to know this is new. So much changed. Let's see what Raw does on Monday, because SmackDown dropped the ball, right? Doesn't even matter how you feel about Cody winning. I mean, the rest of the show was just a flipping dumpster fire at times. There was some stuff in there that really... my score got to like 6.25, and that was with a Cody Rhodes that I've got respect for, right? Winning the WWE Championship on that. That show should be in the 8s. To get a new WWE Champion on a SmackDown, we should be in the 8s. We just scraped into the 6s. That's how poor I thought SmackDown was this week. And I was not alone. I thought the opinions video was very interesting. A lot of you feeling the same. A lot of 5-7-5, a lot of 6. People down on, obviously, Cody winning. Some people okay with it. Again, mixed bag. Like we've been seeing within the community. And like I believe is out there as well. I mean, the live crowd were very receptive to it. But obviously we're seeing online being quite opposed to it. So, yeah, I mean, listen, this channel started because I wanted to talk about wrestling. And one thing I do appreciate is that they are definitely giving us some talking points. Granted, a lot of it is how incompetent they are. But they are giving us some talking points. One thing we can certainly say about wrestling right now, it is not dull. And I suppose if there is like a shining light, there is something positive to grab a hold of, we can say that at least it's not dull at the moment. Mayor Pete said, if we don't want Cody to be 100% face and have a bit of edge, but we've got an issue with Drew not being 100% heel, I don't get this take. Yeah, well, I mean, I want Cody to have a little bit of an edge because I don't want him to be so polite and nice and come down and go, hey, what do you want to talk about? I mean, having an edge to me doesn't mean that you're going to be a heel, right? The problem that I've got is that you've got a babyface and you've got a heel. And what you should aim to have is you should aim to have your babyface be the person that's supported. The heel should be hated. So what I would be looking for is I'd be looking for my babyface to be cool. I'd be looking for my babyface to not do things that are like outright heelish. But actually, I mean, like what we saw with Cody, quite happy to capitalize on Sammy. That's good, in my opinion, because that's exactly what Randy did at the Elimination Chamber, you know? Cody just seeing an opportunity and taking it, right? And actually, let's stop making him so goody two-shoes. You know, him coming down going, hey, what do you want to talk about? And being that white meat baby face. I think that's really hard to do. I mean, the thing with Drew is he's meant to be a heel. And for me, that they've muddied the waters with him. There's reasons as to why people want to support him. There's reasons as to why Drew is not a good heel. There's reasons for why I would say he's actually a bit of a babyface at times with some of the comments that he makes. I mean, he was talking about how he doesn't want the belt to go back to Cody because he doesn't want it to be bland, vanilla, safe. You know, he wants it to be edgy and interesting. Well, you tell me how that makes him a heel. How is anyone meant to listen to those comments from Drew? And how is anyone meant to root against that? Who in the world is going to turn around and go, oh, no, I quite fancy it being bland and boring. I don't want Drew to win. Apparently he wants it to be exciting and interesting. Oh, I don't want that. I mean, it's just completely wrong. The presentation is completely wrong. You've got your heel saying stuff that the babyface should be saying. And you've got your babyface being put into, like, your babyface is just being all really polite. Again, you know, you've got Drew coming out, standing on the commentary table, just like saying things like, they don't want me to be champion, they keep trying to screw me over, all this kind of stuff. And he's kind of like, it feels like he's got something to say. Whereas Cody will come out and he'll just be, you know, you say that you're a fighting champion. Well, you know, if you're a fighting champion, put that belt up against me. Like Cody, when he speaks, doesn't really say a great deal. There's no interesting kill shots that are in there. There's nothing, you know, I said before, Cody should come out and he should tell everyone that Drew is a liar. What Drew says is not what Drew does. You know, Drew says he wants to make this place more exciting. How many times has he defended the belt? How many times has he's defended it? Once, because he was made to at the Royal Rumble, right? And to be honest with you, I don't understand as to why they didn't have him try to get out of that. I don't understand why they didn't have him cheat to get the victory over Sammy. I mean, Cody could then use that and he could say, you know, this guy says he wants to make this place more exciting, right? Well, you tell me how it's exciting that he's defended the belt once at the Royal Rumble, and even in that match he was trying to get out of it. What Drew says is not marrying up with what Drew does. His words are not the same as his actions. Drew McIntyre is a liar. And say something that's got some bite to it, rather than just coming out saying, you know, I'm going to take that belt from you. I'm going to win at Elimination Chamber. I'm going to face you at WrestleMania. And I promise you, Drew, I'm going to take that title from you. That doesn't really say anything. You're just telling me what you're planning on doing. You're not attacking Drew's character. You're just telling me that you're going to win the Rumble or you're going to win the Chamber and you're coming after him. You know, I'm going to get that belt back. You're just telling me what you're planning on doing. You're giving me your schedule. You might as well turn around and go, on March 10th, I'm going to be in New York. On March 17th, I'm going to go to California. You're just telling me what you're planning on doing. Go after Drew's character, right? Go, let people know they should not be siding with him. Cody, you are the babyface. You should be having the support. The fans should be with you. They are not, because of creatives' incompetence, right? So let's address that. Let's do something about that. So when I say that I want Cody to kind of get more edgy, it's because I want him to go after people in his promos. I want him to say some stuff, right? Doesn't mean that he has to be heel. It just means that I want him to actually go after the heels and, kind of fight. I mean, he's not really fighting in his promos. To be honest, he's been coming out and been getting interrupted. He's not been able to even cut promos. What was that about? What was that about? Do you remember he was trying to cut promos? He was being interrupted by the likes of Randy and Trick Williams. And, he would be in there. He'd get a couple of lines out and that was it. For weeks I've been waiting. Months I've been waiting for him to actually come out and take some jabs at Drew. For him to actually come out and say something on the microphone that actually can shift the narrative. And we just ain't been getting it. We just haven't been getting it. So, for me, that's what I want. I want my babyface to have a bit of fire. I want my babyface to kind of go after the heel. I want the babyface to actually say something that can shift the narrative. And I want the heel to be a heel. I want the heel to not be that sort of wishy-washy sort of... That's not what a heel should be in my mind. Wrestling is very simple. The babyface gets the crowd's support. The heel is the person that we're against. You collide them against each other and you get behind the babyface. But the fact that this is not that situation where, you've got fans supporting Drew because some of the stuff he's saying the fans can sympathize with, that's where the waters have been muddied. Then you've got your babyface not really showing enough fight or fire to actually change anyone's perception, to actually bring anyone back over to his side. And, well, what's the end result? Well, you end up where you end up, don't you? A mess. You've muddied the waters and you've ended up in a mess. Well done, everyone. Brilliant work. Yeah, take a bow. I hope you're really pleased with yourselves. I mean, it's not hard. This isn't hard. The things I've just said are not hard. I mean, I was booking, like, wrestling stuff when I was a kid. Even as a child, I knew that the babyface... You had to do stuff to make them popular and, want the fans to see them win. The heels would be the ones going off on the fans. And I know what people would say, oh, we've moved on from them. And then we haven't moved on from them. Of course we haven't moved on. You have a baby face and you have a heel, right? And you book them where the baby face is loved and the heel is hated. That is the foundation of wrestling. If you want to muddy the waters because for some reason you think that's going to be, useful, I have no idea, then, well, don't be shocked that you get the results that you've just had. Yeah? No one can be shocked. No, if anyone is looking at the amount of dislikes today and they're like, can you believe it? Can you believe that Cody has had this many? Yes, of course we can. This isn't news. Where have you been? Of course, this was always going to happen. It's honestly, it's like the Titanic hitting the iceberg and then being shocked that the boat is sinking. It's like, what did you think was going to happen? What do you think was going to happen? Harry said, should Cody, Randy turn heel? Turn him heel, turn him face. It doesn't matter, does it? There is no heels or faces. It don't matter. Turn him heel, turn him face. Do whatever you want. They're both apparently the same these days. Apparently we don't believe in heels and faces, so there's no such thing. Yeah? Doesn't matter. Turn Cody heel. Ain't going to make any difference. Apparently the heels are cool these days and we relate to them. The heels are basically the faces. Oh. Turn them, don't turn them both. Doesn't matter. Doesn't make any difference. Days. Jay's creative was also bad, said Sean. When he won the Intercontinental Championship, people felt like he was bigger than the Intercontinental Championship and that he should win a World Heavyweight Championship. I mean, I think the Jay situation is interesting. I think actually Jay's got a really interesting dilemma because there is a really big difference between how the live crowds react and how the people at home react, right? And that's, understandable. But to be honest with you, it's really interesting because it's not a situation that I've really thought about much. I don't know why. I really don't know why. I can't really recall, and I'm sure some of you can, and if you've got examples, feel free to put them in. But I can't really recall too many times where the live crowd have really been into something that the people at home just have not, right? I mean, if I think about Daniel Bryan and WrestleMania, online was loving it at the time. The people in the arenas were loving it. It was like, if I think about Cody, people online were largely, mixed, but there was a lot of negativity. Cena. There was quite a bit of negativity for Cena online. I've told the story before of how I used to watch a guy called Bruce Blitz. And, if ever Cena was like Super Cena, which is kind of funny because it's a little bit like what I'm seeing today with Cody, this Bruce Blitz guy would go off. I mean, we've been in these places before. These are not new places that we are right now. Baby faces being successful. People got tired of Hogan. People got tired of Cena. We had those kind of dueling chants. Let's go Cena. Cena sucks. So, we've experienced this before. But, he used to be like, he'd rant and rave and he would go off, So I feel like there was Cena support online, of course, but there was also anti-Cena sentiment online. But that was reflected in the arenas, wasn't it? Let's go Cena. Cena sucks. It's interesting, though, how I think it's more entrances now. The way that entrances have become bigger, that feels a little bit like a more recent development. Certainly not in the 80s or the 90s. I mean, now what we're seeing people yeeting and Jay's entrance being run back. I mean, when did we ever rerun an entrance? And Jay coming through the crowd and his entrance taking so long. I mean, the thing with Undertaker's entrance was always quite a long entrance, but it was so awe-inspiring. And certainly on a big stage like a PLE, I don't remember, you might get the odd comment of well, this takes so long. Why does this have to be so? You might see the odd comment like that, but people by and large were like, it's the Undertaker, show some respect. This is all part of the show type thing. But with Jay, it's different, isn't it? Jay comes out, takes ages to get to the ring. The whole live crowd are yeeting. No, I would doubt many are yeeting at home, probably just some kids. So the live crowd experience is different to the experience at home. The live crowd are joining in, all smiles, yeeting away, being part of something. Whereas us at home are not doing that. And so they're having a different experience to us. With the Undertaker's entrance, there wasn't anything to do. They weren't yeeting to that. So, I mean, people in the arena were standing and watching just like how we were watching at home. And so it was a bit more of a collective experience. We were kind of all in the same boat. We weren't doing separate things. We were just watching. And, as I said, you'd see the odd person occasionally going, this is taking a while, right? But by and large, people were okay with it. But with this yeeting thing, the live crowd seemed to have a different experience to the fans at home. And what's interesting is that the live crowd had a different experience for Daniel Bryan because they'd be yesing, yeah? So they'd be doing the yes. We wouldn't so much be doing that at home, right? I'm sure there were people joining in, but by and large, people were just watching their TVs. They weren't sitting there joining in doing the yes thing. But that did not seem to show itself in negativity. Daniel Bryan was just loved. I wonder if it's because the yes thing wasn't as long as the yeet thing. I wonder if it was not, Daniel would come out and he would do it a few times, but the yeet thing is longer. Daniel certainly wasn't each week running it back. And the other big difference as well is that as soon as the bell sounded, Daniel was one of the best in the business. Daniel's matches were absolutely incredible. So I think his entrance was a bit shorter. He wasn't running it back. It was something that was working and we didn't abuse it. Right? It felt a bit more organic. It felt a bit more like it belonged to the fans. I suppose with the yeet thing, that feels like it's been farmed. That doesn't feel like it belongs to the fans as much. It feels like WWE are influencing it, So the fans are yeeting and then he's running it back. And the whole thing, it just takes so long and people at home are not joining in. And so all of a sudden you've got a frustration that's developed there, right? People at home are now a bit frustrated at like, why do I have to watch this week after week after week? And maybe the saving grace would be when the bell rings if Jey Uso was one of this generation's best wrestlers, singles wrestlers, like Daniel Bryan was. I mean, Daniel Bryan is that last generation, one of the best wrestlers. I think Wrestling Observer even named an award after him. Like best wrestler of the year is now the Bryan Danielson award, right? He won it that many times. So when we're talking about like him being one of the best, we're not just pulling that out of our backsides. Like he has been voted the best wrestler by Wrestling Observer readers for a number of years, right? To the point where they actually changed the name of the flipping award and just named it after him. Jey Uso is not that. That award is not getting renamed the Jey Uso Award, right? So people at home have to sit through an entrance they don't feel a part of and something they have to witness for a long period of time. And then the bell rings and they have to watch what honestly is a very underwhelming singles wrestler. I think Jey is fantastic in the Usos, the tag team. And I think that the single stuff is just not it. I mean, the fact that Jey and Jimmy underwhelmed to the extent that it did is staggering, isn't it? If you think about it. I mean, they're brothers that have been wrestling their whole lives. You would think that if anything was going to be an absolute banker of a match that's going to deliver, it'd be Jimmy versus Jey. Two brothers that have wrestled their whole lives, wrestling each other on the grandest stage of them all. I can't even blame creative for that. I can't even blame creative. In my mind, that should absolutely work. And for it to have been the stinker of a match that it was, should tell us that that is something is not correct, something was not right. They put it down to a bad day at the office, but I don't know. The evidence against Jey is, not brilliant. When you look at his singles matches and the scores that they have attracted. Now, listen, if you're watching and you're a Jey fan and you're feeling like I need to defend my guy, I understand that. I don't have an issue with Jey. I don't have an issue with pretty much any wrestler, to be honest. I don't like Logan for reasons that we've detailed before, but I have no issue with Jey. I wanted it to work for Jey. I really did want it to work for Jey. I didn't really have a problem us giving it a go. But the truth is that it didn't work. And, we've kind of moved away from that now as a result. And he finds himself in the tag division. He is nowhere near any of the world championships this year. And to be honest, I just don't think the quality of the in-ring work was anywhere near as good as what he could do with Jimmy in the tag division. So I think that it's kind of hard to blame the creative because this is such an interesting example. I think that Jey needed to be much better, much more dramatic when he was kind of wrestling his singles matches, close falls, slow pace to start building up. It's just different in the tag division, isn't it? I mean, don't forget, you tag out every, 5 minutes or whatever? Not even that, every 3 minutes, 4 minutes. I mean, if a tag match is 12 minutes long, how many times are you going to tag in and out? So you're constantly getting little breaks, opportunities to get a breath. You're not in a singles match. There is no tagging out. So you can put little spots in where like you're down on the ground and you can get a quick breather. But it is different. It's a very different experience, a singles match to a tag match. And I think it's something that he's not had loads of experience with, because he's been in a tag team for flipping over a decade, 15 years, whatever, right? So all of a sudden now to try and make him a singles wrestler at this stage in his career, and not only that, but one worthy of being a world champion, I think that was always going to be difficult. So yeah, I think that I feel sorry for him, actually. I think that he gave his best shot. I just don't think the quality of the work was where it was needed to be. I think creative, they found a thing that worked with the Yeats. They got him shifting merch. They managed to take this tag guy and, along with some good fortune and whatever, the bloodline story that caught fire, his relationship to Roman obviously massively helped him. But, they were able to get him where he was, top merch shifter. I think he still is there or thereabouts. He's still in the conversation. I think they did well in that regard. But yeah, I mean, the backlash towards the whole Yeet thing, the backlash to the quality of the work, it's just resulted in us being where we are. Again, I like to try and put myself in other people's shoes. And if I put myself in the shoes of creative for Jay, I do feel like that is a little bit of a challenge. If Triple H was to come up to you or me and go, right, I want Jay to be world champion again, that's going to really take some thought. Like, how are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? I actually think doing his entrance or having him come out and starting his entrance and then cutting to commercial break, I would think doing that would be, not all the time, but like a good chunk of the time. That should hopefully deal with some of the fatigue of the Yeet thing, because people in America will be at commercial, they won't have to see it. So it means it doesn't get seen all the time. So you can still give the live crowd the experience, but the people at home don't have to watch it every week, right? I think the running it back thing, I would be interested in dropping, right? I'd be interested in dropping. I mean, and you can very quickly do that, because you can have Jay get into the ring, right, after he's finished doing his entrance, and then bang straight into the other person's music. There is no time to run it back, right? The crowd can't ask for you to run it back if the other person is making their entrance. Or Jay gets in the ring and we get quickly to the bell or to the announcements, right? You just don't give him chance to run it back. So I think you can easily deal with that. I think you can easily deal with the entrance. How you deal with the match quality, I mean, that's going to be a challenge. I think I would probably have to reduce his matches and treat him like a celebrity, and make sure that his PLE matches are put together the same way you would put together a celebrities match, and you structure it and everything is mapped out, because we've seen like Logan get praised for his early matches, right? And I'm sure Logan himself now would tell you he was not a wrestler back then. I'm sure even Logan would say that he is like 1,000,000 times better now than he was then. But what's interesting is he was getting a lot of praise back then, because people were like, wow, this guy's so athletic, amazing. Did you see all the stuff he can do? And the truth is that, we just put together a match that showcased what he could do, and we didn't worry about the stuff he couldn't do. And perhaps we have to do that with Jay. Perhaps we have to treat him like a celebrity when it comes to a singles match, and, you just kind of do less matches, keep him special, build up to PLE. And this would have to be like my starting point. That's the kind of stuff I'd be thinking, like, what's my problems? What's my solutions? How do I fix them? Where's the issue? How do I represent it? And in regards to the entrance, I think that's one thing you can do. In regards to the match quality, I think that's one thing you can do. And you just have to keep doing that. Firefighting. And just try and put out as many fires as you can. And just see where you end up. And hopefully give him some really juicy story to get involved in. And maybe then you can get some movement, forward movement. But I think that's a really interesting one. I think that there's a lot more that's kind of goes in with the whole Jay thing than just creative drop the ball. It's an interesting one. Ronnie said, Daze, you're not seeing this. Drew was screwed. Your favourites, YT, your fave YT. Oh, you're my fave YT. But Cody has had multiple contract signings. He got DQ'd. Drew has the system against him. You're against him. Cody is a shill. Okay, let's try and break this down. You're not seeing this. I disagree. I think I'm seeing it very clearly. But, okay. Explain to me how I'm not seeing it. Drew was screwed. Okay. Why was Drew screwed? I mean, I do agree that Drew was screwed in the sense of what I said earlier. Like, why is he not in that main event? So, for me, you know, Triple H has got a choice. Do you want to do Randy Cody? Do you do Randy Cody Drew? Do you do Randy Cody Drew Jacob? Those are your options. Drew has been a big part of the build towards WrestleMania. You know, you had him go in as the babyface hero going into Scotland, saying how much this means to him, all that kind of stuff. So, you know, we've had all of this. He's gone into the Rumble as champ. He's left Rumble as champ. He's got a lot of people supporting him because you've had him cut pretty much babyface promos. So, yeah, I mean, I would say that he's been screwed if he doesn't make it into the main event. I don't blame Cody for that for the reasons that I've mentioned. Because Cody was always going to be in the main event, and he's always rumoured to be in the main event. So Drew, I think, was losing the belt last night, or he was losing it at WrestleMania. And we know that Drew's going off to film Highlander after, which I don't know how long that's taken him out the picture for. But we know that Drew has got a big project. That Highlander thing, I believe, is a big deal for him. He's got a big project post-Mania. So Drew was either losing that belt last night or at Mania. So, Drew's being screwed. I can agree with that to a degree. Yeah, I don't think he's being screwed by Cody. I think he's being screwed by Triple H. But Cody has had multiple contract signings. Cody has had multiple contract signings. I don't know what that means. He got DQ'd. Cody had multiple contract signings. I don't know what that means. He got DQ'd. I don't know what that means. Drew has the system against him. Okay. Well, I mean, Drew just had a 2-month title run, which he didn't need to have. So it's hard to make an argument the system's against him when we've just given him the WWE Championship and he's had it for 2 months. I mean, if that's what the system being against you looks like, I'd imagine Sami Zayn is desperate for the system to be against him. Dusty Rhodes would have been desperate for the system to be against him. Mr. Perfect would have been desperate for the system to have been against him. Rowdy Roddy Piper would have been desperate for the system to have been against him. Yeah? There's plenty of people. Jake the Snake Roberts would have loved the system to have been against. If the system being against you means that you get a 2-month WWE title run, right? And you somehow get booked so that a load of people believe what you're saying to be accurate, so you're portrayed as a sympathetic babyface when you're meant to be a heel. If that's what the system being against you looks like, mate, there's going to be a queue. There's going to be an absolute queue for the system to be against them. Cody is a shill. Well, I feel like with that last sentiment, you've just shown what this is really about, and that is that you don't like Cody, and, you know, whatever is going to happen with Cody getting that belt back was always going to be a problem for you. You know, so I feel like that last comment is disappointing because I can sort of follow the comment. There's a couple of things in there that I don't understand. I don't understand he's had multiple contract signings. I'm guessing that means he's had multiple title matches, maybe. I don't get the he got DQ'd thing. When did he get DQ'd? I don't know what that's about, right? So there's a couple of things in there I don't understand. I think the truth is you don't like Cody. I can understand that because of the booking. You wanted Drew to have a long title run. I'm telling you that he is lucky to have had that title run because, honestly, the alternative was that Cody just kept that belt for the last 2 months and Drew wouldn't have even had that belt at all. And I think Triple H is potentially looking this morning and wondering if he was right to put the belt on Drew at all. Because I'd be wondering that. I'd be thinking to myself, should I have done that? Because all I've done is I've not made Cody a bigger star. I've not made him, more loved. I mean, in their mind, they probably are thinking Cody being away from the title is what some people are looking for. So we've just moved him away from the title for 2 months. So that should please some people, shouldn't it? Some people out there don't want Cody near the title. So let's move him away from the title for 2 months. So that'll please some people. And Drew having the belt, right? That'll please some people. You can go to Scotland with the belt. And this now means Cody can go in the Rumble and he can go in the Chamber. And, in their mind, they're probably thinking, yeah, it's going to be good. This has got some good elements to it. But it has been botched so consistently throughout the whole thing that, you've just ended up in the mess that you've ended up in. So, yeah, I mean, look, for me, Cody is that next flag bearer. Cody is that next John Cena. Cody is the Hogan. He is the Roman. Like, the torch was passed to Cody. That is correct. He is the chosen one. He is the person that's meant to be the champ. If people want to kind of reject that, then that's okay. We've seen people reject Cena. I mean, John Cena, who's loved by people now, was, if Cena wins, we riot signs. Let's go Cena. Cena sucks. Let's go Cena. Cena sucks. I mean, we've been here before, right? Let's not act like we haven't. But, I mean, for me, Cody was that chosen one. We had The Undertaker appear to deal with The Rock so that Cody and Roman could battle it out fairly to figure out who's going to take the company forwards. At WrestleMania 40, Cody gets the win. We know that Roman isn't around as much anymore. He works a reduced schedule. So, Cody picks up the victory. He is that person that's going to make all those house show dates. Not that there's many now, but he's going to make all of those dates. He's going to do all of that media. He's going to meet all of the fans. He's going to pose for pictures. He's going to sign the autographs. He's going to do the make-a-wishes. Like, he's the guy. He was born for that. He wants that. He's the guy we've chosen to be in that position. And I think it's a shame that we sort of celebrated him getting that at WrestleMania 40. And now, because of the woeful booking, we're seeing people turn against him. I think that's a shame. I think it's a shame that you refer to Cody as a shill. I mean, everyone in WWE is trying to, get themselves in the best position possible. Sammy's trying to do that. Drew's trying to do that. Cody's trying to do that. Roman's trying to do that. I mean, Cody's just trying to do the best he can. I mean, I just don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand why there is so much negativity at Cody and why it's not at creative. So, I can't say any more than I've said. I've done a whole flipping breakdown. We've done about an hour on the topic here as well. I mean, everything that needs to be said has been said. If the end result is that you still blame Cody specifically and you blame Cody personally, well, okay, fine. There's really not much more that can be said, is there? But I am going to push back on you saying that I don't understand or that I don't see it. I think I see it from every angle possible. Big Tony K said, Daze, you know me. If I had booked last night's show, it would have been an easy 10 out of 10. Cody Hogan sucks, says Big Tony K. Nathan said, I think the issue is that Drew had the belt with no fans. And then when he gets it, he only has a couple of months to be with it. It's the length people have got problems with. Well, I agree and I disagree because I think that Cody can be out of the picture for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. When he comes back, people are still going to be against it because he's still going to be bland. and he's still going to be boring, and he still represents bland, boring vanilla. That's what he represents. He is the face of that. And until you actually move him away from that, I think you can move him away for the title for as long as you want. I think the damage is done. I think it's going to be really, really hard to get him back to being loved just through absence. I think you could have had him away from about 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. You could keep him away from the title until SummerSlam. If his character, whilst he's away, is still going to be bland, vanilla, not very exciting, you're just going to be in the same position that you're in. So I don't agree that if Drew had a longer run and then we went back to Cody at SummerSlam, I don't agree that the fans would be okay with it, because I think that it is a character change that is needed for Cody. And unless you do that character change, I think the result is going to be the same result, right? Now, this is where I slightly disagree with people, because people are saying he needs to be heel. And I don't think that's the only option on the table. I just think he needs to stop being incompetent. I think he actually needs to have a bit of fire. And I think in his promos, he needs to actually say some stuff that, you know, really exposes the heels. We just need to get the babyface to be a babyface that actually gets sympathy and actually gets respect and actually is someone that the fans find themselves rooting for, right? And we need the heels to move in the other direction, where they are going off on the fans and they are doing whatever they can to get heat. I mean, honestly, a question I'd have for Drew is, how are you such a bad heel? How are you so bad? How is it that you can't do the job that you're being paid to do? I mean, you're meant to be a heel. How is it that you are so ineffective of that? Like, you understand wrestling. You know how wrestling works. So why is it that you're, you know, coming out with comments and saying things like, I want the belt to be exciting. I don't want to go back to that vanilla champion. You know, why is it that you're saying those things, knowing that there's a large part of the audience that are going to agree with you? How does this help anyone but you, Drew? How is this helping the business? The heel coming out with that. It'd be like the Iron Sheik back in the day going, it's a bit boring, isn't it, that Hogan's got this belt? You know, it's a bit like Andre the Giant coming out with that at WrestleMania 3. You know, if I win at WrestleMania 3, I'm going to make wrestling more exciting. Like, have you noticed how Hogan's only got a few moves? Like, he does a leg drop and a bear hug and, you know, he'll do his posing. He hasn't got anything more than that, though. Have you never noticed? It's a bit like Andre coming out with that, saying Hogan's limited. And if I get the belt, I'm going to defend it all the time. I'm going to have really exciting matches. And then being confused as to why people start cheering for Andre the Giant. You know? It's mind-blowing. Mind-blowing, the incompetence. So, yeah, I don't know that moving Cody away is going to make a difference. I think you've got to change the character. I do agree with you, though, Nathan, and that is that I think Drew does deserve a run. I said that in my breakdown. You know, he won the belt when there was no fans. And, you know, I think there has been a bit of a desire to see him get that title and have that run. And I think there has been a desire for that for a long time, because he was an MVP during the pandemic era. And I think people wanted him to get his flowers, you know, which is maybe another reason as to why putting the belt on him in early January was not a good move, because people thought and felt that this was going to be that run. And to be honest with you, he was always losing it at Mania at the very latest. So, but obviously not everyone, you know, keeps up to date with the rumors and the dirt sheets and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So, you know, a lot of people out there might have just been watching the story and might have been under the belief that this was it for Drew. This was Drew's time. This was going to be the run that he's going to be remembered for. And, you know, well done, WWE. Yeah. You took a heel that's not acting like a heel, Someone that the fans want to see have the run that he should have had during the pandemic, but he couldn't because there was no fans. You gave him that run, teased that he was going to be at Mania in the main event, and then, what was it, about a month and about 5-6 weeks out from Mania, you took the belt off him, and as a result got the reaction you got, so well done. Well done. Right, Big Time said, it feels like there's nothing Triple H can do to win some goodwill of the IWC. We've seen it in real time, how deep that hole has been dug. What can he do? Because it's just seemingly never good enough. Honestly, it's so straightforward. I know it might feel like it, you can't do it, but you can. It's just that you've got to stop dropping the ball. I mean, it's a little bit like a football manager who is picking players and playing them in the wrong positions, right? I mean, I don't know if that would work with American football. I'm guessing it would, right? Imagine if one of your wide receivers became your quarterback, right? And your quarterback was, I don't know, doing whatever a quarterback shouldn't be doing. Imagine playing people in the wrong positions and then seeing the team lose. I mean, this is, of course, people would be like, we need to get rid of the manager. If Manchester United had their goalkeeper up front and had their star striker in goal, and all of a sudden Man United were losing match after match after match, maybe by a fluke, scraping a draw once in a while, what do you think the reaction of the fans in the stadium would be? The reaction would be, we need a new manager. This guy doesn't know what he's doing, right? And that is exactly what you are seeing with WWE right now. You are seeing incompetence. You are seeing people not being used correctly. You are seeing belts not being defended. You are seeing baby faces being ineffective. In Cody's example, you're seeing heels coming out with comments that a babyface should be saying, comments that make them more sympathetic, which doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever why we do that, right? And, the Wyatt Six, look at the booking of that. The surprises at the Royal Rumble, where were they? The biggest one we had was Brie Bella. I mean, the Rumble is pretty simple, isn't it? People tune in, and casuals tune in, because they want to see the surprises. I mean, people do tune in to see who's going to win the Rumble, of course, but I think people tune in to see the surprises, to be honest. If you was to announce all 30 people that are in the men's rumble and all 30 women that are in the women's rumble beforehand, right? Announce it on the pre-show, show a graphic during the event, show a graphic in the weeks leading up to it. You would not get the same amount of viewers for the Royal Rumble. It would not be the loved pay-per-view that it is if you just announced all 30 names. People get annoyed at the 25 that get announced. Imagine if you announced all 30 and it was just people on the roster. This is everyone that's in the Rumble. It's just roster people. We got Otis, we got Tozawa. We're not going to tell you what order they come out, so that'll be a surprise. But these are the 30. You'd get less viewers because part of the appeal of the Rumble is the surprises. And where were they? I mean, you can say Brie Bella. Great. You can say, she got a great reaction, actually. You could say Powerhouse Hobbs, no one cared. It was a Danhausen moment. And then what else did we have? A couple of returns, Chad Gable. We had La Parka, who's not even the La Parka from back in the day. Mr. Iguana that went down like a lead balloon. The surprises at the Rumble, not good enough. The Survivor Series show was regarded as one of the worst PLEs of last year. The Visions booking was not good enough. The Wyatt's booking has not been good enough. The list goes on and on and on. I should probably write them down, actually. I mean, it's getting to the point now where I could seriously have a very impressive list of stuff. I could sit here and go, we got this, 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 stay there, hang on. Got this, got this, got this, got this, got this, got this. I mean, if you're going to mess up that much stuff And if you're going to present people, in my opinion, incorrectly on such a regular basis, I mean, yeah, you're going to find yourself in the hole that Triple H finds himself in. So what's the solution? Well, the solution is to do the opposite of everything that we've just said, isn't it? The solution is to get the Wyatt Six into a more interesting world. The solution is to, by hook or by crook, get some better surprises for the Royal Rumble, right? I don't even care if they're one-night appearances, but just get some better surprises. I mean, blooming now, reach out to Batista. I don't know what Batista's doing. I don't know what shape he's in, but do you want to be in the Rumble? I'm desperate, right? Anyone. Go through your flipping phone book, yeah? Browse through the roster page, the alumni roster page. Has anyone got X-Pac's number? Let's give a call to X-Pac. Let's give a call to... Is Kevin Nash around? Perhaps we can use him. Anyone got Papa Shango's number? I mean, just flipping anyone. Someone. Anyone. I mean, I thought they should have gone Jeff Hardy, but Rob Van Dam would have got a nice pop as well. Shane McMahon. I mean, why not bring Shane McMahon back, right? Why not have him, do well, right? Not win the thing, but just, look good in there, whatever. And then next night on Raw, come out to the ring, apparently just wants to thank the fans, and then come out and say, I'm not here to thank the fans. I'm here to take back the company that always should have been mine. And the fans would be like, what? Jesus Christ, what? Shane McMahon, we thought he was just going to say, thank you, it's been lovely seeing you guys. It comes out and goes, no. I'm here to take back the company that should always have been mine. And we start like a really interesting angle with Shane. And Triple H comes out. Shane, what's this? This is not what we spoke about earlier. Hunter, I couldn't tell you earlier because I know that you wouldn't have given me this time. And I want you to be clear, Hunter, I don't blame you for this. And what am I watching? What's going on? Like, let's do something creative, right? Let's try some stuff. All of a sudden we're going down some roads where, oh my God, I can't wait to see where this story goes next week, And, we're going backstage. We've got people looking confused. You can like really dig into that and you flesh out the Wyatt Six world. You have your baby faces saying how they want to make the product cool again. You have your heels going off on the fans, getting the heat, just fix the problems. I mean, you've got a load of issues. You've got a load of fires. Put them out. Please. Please. And this isn't, I promise you, this is not me sitting here going, I know better than WWE, right? This isn't me doing that. But this is me saying, I know there are issues in WWE. You know there are issues in WWE. We can identify what those issues are, and we can even propose some fixes for them. This is not about trying to show off or trying to, prove anything. This is just about us wanting the best, most exciting product possible. This is about us wanting to be excited for tuning in and to Raw, tuning into SmackDown, being excited for WrestleMania season. I'm sure you've got loads of great ideas, and perhaps it'd be a really great opinions video. What would you do? What would you love to change? What do you think would make WrestleMania season more exciting? Perhaps we could dig into the community's thoughts. But I think for anyone out there that wants to kind of push back and say, oh, no, it's all fine, everything's good, we don't even need to be having this conversation. I mean, did you watch 2025? That's what I would say. Did you watch 2025? Have you seen the reaction to last night's booking? And, have you seen how flat people are saying this WrestleMania season is? Have you seen how slow the ticket sales are? And I know people are going to say it's because of the cost. I understand. But it can't help that the product is not setting the world on fire either, If this was the flipping Attitude Era when we had Rock and we had Stone Cold and we had all that stuff kicking off, would the ticket sales be better? I can't answer it. I think they'd stand a good chance of being better, right? If you had Mr. McMahon and Stone Cold and The Rock, Triple H, and it was all the Attitude Era stuff, yeah? I mean, not everything in the Attitude Era has aged as well, but, you know, it is what it is. So, yes, I think we've definitely hammered that message that WWE Creative are frustrating. They've only got themselves to blame, but there are things that can be done. I mean, look, you just got to take it one by one. What's the problem? What's the fire? How do I fix it? How do I put it out? And just work your way through. Yeah. I mean, actually, if you walked into creative and you was the new head of Raw or the new head of SmackDown, it might be good to just grab the writers, grab Triple H, just grab everyone and go, give me every issue that you can think of. Give me every issue that you believe is an issue. No one's going to get blamed. No one's going to be shouted at. No one's going to go, are you an idiot? That's not an issue. That's a strength. Just tell me what you genuinely think are the problems. Let's get them all down on a piece of paper. And I'll quite happily go away and work on them one by one and find what the solution is for each one. We can then put all those solutions into a storyline, into the show structure, and we can start fixing things, you know. Potentially that would be one way to try and resolve some of this stuff. So there is a way forward. We know that wrestling is cyclical. We know that it's good and bad. There are moments where wrestling is suffering and struggling, and there are bad years. And then we find something that catches fire. You know, we ride the wave. I mean, if the Bloodline story was about to start, that would be a way out, you know. It might not fix all of the problems, but the top end of the card is so important that as long as that's firing, the rest of the card can sort of follow behind. So, yes, lots to chat about. New Tomorrow said the same haters are the haters that wanted the Cena heel turn. Just to call him the GOAT. History just tells us to ignore these people, says New Tomorrow. Well, I mean, I think that everyone's opinions are obviously valid because you are sharing your honest opinion about how you are perceiving the product, okay? So what I would say is if you are anti-Cody, that's absolutely fine. I can understand it. I have not sat here and said that you are wrong for feeling the way that you feel. I just think that it's not necessarily Cody's fault. The problem, we're in the same boat. I don't think anyone here is going to sit and say that Cody's title runs have been fantastic. I don't think anyone's going to sit here and say the way they've booked him has been fantastic. The irony is we're all actually in the same boat. We're all looking at the same problem. I think the disagreement for me is whose fault is it? And this is why when I see Cody taking a lot of the blame online and it's Cody's name being dragged in the mud, I do get quite defensive for him because it's creative. I mean, I don't have any doubt. It's the same creative team that gave you all the stuff we've mentioned, you know, all the bad stuff. It's the same team that have booked him, that have booked all that other stuff. Like the Wyatt Six, like the Royal Rumble, like Survivor Series, like WrestlePalooza. So I've made that point a few times, and I don't have anything new to add to that. So it's funny how we're all looking at the same problem, and I think we're all largely in agreement about that problem. But we just differ as to whose fault it is, and we might slightly differ on what the solution to it is. So, yeah, I mean, look. What is going to be interesting is that we are where we are, right? We're in the boat that we're in. And WWE now have got to try and figure out the right way forwards. And I'm very interested to see what they come up with. I have zero confidence that they are going to do anything constructive that's going to help Cody. I think their ability to choose the wrong option when it comes to him is staggering. I think it is honestly like borderline sabotage. It's that bad. If someone was to come up with an argument that they are actually secretly trying to hurt Cody as a way of punishing him for starting AEW, I would go, no, surely not. But it is that level bad. I'm being honest. It is that level bad where you'd go, no, shut up. Come on, of course not. That's stupid. But then, you know, away from the stream, you go, are they? Because it is that incompetent where you're like, I don't even know if you could be that incompetent on, like, you know, just by mistake. Like, is it sabotage? Has he upset someone in creative? Is someone doing this on purpose? It's that level bad. So, this is why it's hard to have confidence that they're going to be able to find a way out of this. I mean, maybe you turn him heel. I've resisted it, because I think there are other ways forward. But I have to be honest, I don't think this creative team are good enough to find other ways forwards. I think I have to just say, do you know what? I think a different creative team could find a way out of this. I don't have any confidence this creative team can find a way out of this. So, do you know what? Just do what you got to do. Just do what you've got to do. You've made your beds. You've got to lie in it. So, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what they come up with and see what their fixes are. And see, you know, how we get to WrestleMania and how we end up with Cody and Randy and Drew, and it's going to be interesting to see what Drew's going to say. Again, remember, he's the heel, so, you know, everything he does should be trying to get the crowd against him. I've got a feeling the comments he's going to come out with are going to be things that are going to have the crowd on his side, and he's going to continue to do that because seemingly that's okay. It's their mess. They're going to have to figure it out. Okay, we are 1 minute away from the countdown show. Let's go over to YouTube, because countdown show's on YouTube. The countdown show is a bit for NXT. Okay, started streaming. It says started streaming a minute ago, but I think it's just a video package. Yeah, they tend to do this at the headquarters. So I'm guessing this is just going to be at the headquarters. I'm guessing it's going to be a lot of video packages. There's obviously no matches. We don't really do matches when it comes to these kind of shows. So, yeah, it is at the Performance Center. And there's just under 1,000 people that are waiting for this to start. I'm sure there'll be a lot more that jump in when we get going. Okay. Let's go down. Weird Flex, hello. Shout out to you. I hope you're doing well. Big Time said, Daze, it feels like Triple H is steering a ship with a lot of holes, but rather than navigate to shore to get it fixed, he's like, no, let's just get to that next destination and use buckets. Yeah, I can see that. That Showbiz said they should only turn Cody if they have a plan, and we all know that they don't. I think that's a really interesting comment, to be honest with you. Yeah, if they did turn him, I actually would agree with you there. I wouldn't have any confidence that there would be a really good plan laid out in front of him. It would just be, let's turn him to get the moment and let's work it out from there. And that seems to be kind of our approach, doesn't it? It felt like that's what we sort of did with Job. Let's turn him and then let's just take it from there. We'll play it week by week. Okay, we are just seeing Orlando, so that Showbiz, shout out to you. Okay, we've got Joe, Hendry, and we've got Ricky Saints. We're just seeing them arrive. I think it's Sam and Megan. This is Megan that's speaking right now, and there we go, yeah. They are at the headquarters. It is Mega Morant. And it is Sam Roberts. Okay, is it an hour, this countdown show? I actually don't know how long the countdown show is. I'll have it on and I'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, I want to jump into the chat. If you want to talk Cody and all of that, we absolutely can. If you want to move away from that because you're definitely done with that, you've heard enough about that, I understand. I'm happy to move away from it as well. If you want to talk NXT, we can absolutely do that. We're about to enjoy that show tonight. If you want to talk WrestleMania, if you want to talk Penta, I'll just go wherever the conversation goes. Yeah, whatever you want to talk about, we'll talk about. Sean said, Daze, I think something big is going to happen at Mania. Yeah, I'd imagine so, but do you mean in regards to Cody specifically? I mean, I personally would like the Randy turn. But yeah, I mean, we could be looking at a Cody turn. And the other thing as well is, obviously, the message from the fans has been very loud today, as it was always going to be. At no point did I believe I was going to wake up and everyone was going to just have loved what happened. I mean, again, you know, I said this the other day, sometimes the bigger story is the opposite story. And I do feel that way on this. The biggest story would be if I woke up today and everyone loved what happened last night and it was all thumbs up. Like, that to me would be shocking. So the fact I've woke up today and the video of Cody winning has got like 100,000 dislikes. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's news, of course, the scale of it. But it's not surprising. I haven't woke up and I'm surprised. So what that could do is it could make WWE look at this and go, right, this is a bigger problem than we thought. Like, this is showing the scale of the problem. And I don't know if they've understood that before. I mean, a lot of the language that you've seen or heard is this idea that there are home games and away games. So if Cody is in a place that's pro Cody, it's a home game. If, like in Germany, they boo him, it's an away game. But the problem they've got is that that negativity, I believe, is growing due to the incompetence of the booking. And, you know, they're going to obviously have to be thinking about what are we going to do in the future. I mean, should we just turn him? Is now the time? Are the fans just naturally turning him anyway because of the growing resentment? You know, maybe we have him turn on Randy, take a shortcut at WrestleMania, and we do a summer with Cody as the heel, and perhaps that's the direction that we're going in. So, you know, if the crowd are going to boo, let's give them a reason to boo type situation, you know. So, yeah, could be. We'll have to see what goes down. I think they're definitely going to have conversations and thoughts about where they are and the situation they find themselves in whenever they are meeting next. I don't know how often creative meet, to be honest. I don't know if it's on a Saturday or a Sunday. Probably not a Sunday. Probably a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, weekday. So perhaps they'll get together on Monday and reassess. Sean, shout out to you, firing in some gifted memberships. I really appreciate it, but shout out to everyone that's joining us. Daze, while it feels like creative's fault, I think Cody is a bit to blame. With his experience, he should take whatever is being booked and make it gold. As champion, he's the one that's trying to bring views, which he hasn't, says Big Tony K. Well, I think the view thing is difficult because, you know, again, he's being put in the stories that he's being put in. He's being given the creative that he's being given. He can push back on that and he can provide input on that. And I don't know what he's been doing in that regard. So I can't really sit here and defend him. And I can't really sit here and have a go at him. To be honest with you, it's not his job. His job is to execute the creative that he is given, right? I'm quite happy to say that he should take a little bit of blame, because could he have influenced that creative a bit more? Could he have pushed back on that creative a bit more? Could he have said some of the things we've said, like, hang on, why am I not really saying anything here? Why am I not, you know, pointing out the heel is a liar, right? But to be honest, they don't give him loads to work with, do they? I mean, look at the situation he finds himself in that's not even in his control, right? He is in a situation where Drew wins the belt, okay? And Cody then goes into a feud with Jacob, right? Goes into a match with Jacob at Saturday night's main event. Drew gets involved in that match. Now, that to me makes Drew look quite cool, right? He's getting involved, he's murking both people. You know, we basically did Cody against Jacob, and who's the person that stands tall at the end? It's Drew, right? Drew stands tall at the end. So, you know, we had Cody, we had Jacob fighting, we had Drew getting involved, and Drew stands tall at the end of that thing, right? So if I'm Cody, I'm looking at that and I'm like, well, I don't quite see how that's helping me. I suppose it's keeping me in Drew's orbit, but, you know, I don't quite see how I'm kind of getting much from that. Then I go into the Royal Rumble. I want to try and win the Rumble. Drew attacks me again. Okay. Right. Well, hopefully the fans are seeing that I'm being prevented now from like winning. The problem is, though, the fans aren't necessarily with Cody. The fans aren't necessarily rooting for Cody to win. So the thing that they think is working is not working. And then the same happens at Elimination Chamber as well, right? And whilst all this is happening, Drew is saying, you know, I want to make this title exciting. I'm going to do what I can to make sure that belt does not find its way back to Cody, so he can have another mid-title reign, so he can be vanilla again. I mean, these are the things that Drew has said. You know, if I'm Cody, these aren't even necessarily my segments. These aren't even my words. This is just the way you're presenting the heel. My opponent is by trying to make him more exciting than what you're making me. And so the problem that Cody's got is that he can push back on his promos. He can try and come up with some content for that, and maybe he could have done a better job with that. I think creative could have supported him better with that. But the problem is so much bigger than just his segments. It's Drew's segments, where they're presenting Drew as this really cool person. The heel is someone that's more interesting than the babyface, and that is a problem. So, you know, Cody would have to be in Triple H's position to kind of sort this situation out. So it's hard. I mean, the bottom line is the creative is not correct. So that's where you get the blame. That's where the blame goes. The blame goes to the creative team for not booking this correctly. Whether Cody takes a bit of the blame and could have done, you know, push back and been more influential and pointed out these problems, maybe not be as trusting as seemingly he has been. Fine. Yeah, okay. I mean, there might be something to that. I think that's going to be harder to break down because we're kind of talking about stuff that we're not privy to. I don't know the conversations that's been had backstage. I don't know the discussions. I'm not privy to those. The only thing I do know is that Triple H signs off what goes on TV, and what has been on TV has been wrong. So that's kind of as far as I can get to be honest with you. I can't really do much more than that. If Drew wants to share in the blame for being a heel that's not a heel, that's fine. If Cody wants to share in the blame for being an ineffective babyface, that's fine. But the lion's share, 95%, if, you know, has to go to creative, has to go to Triple H. They're the ones that sign it off. Don said, who do we think is going to be the next breakout star from the new NXT faces? Like Carver, Jackson Drake, Sean Legacy. Who is going to go on to have the impact like Oba, Trick, or Javon did? Well, I think Oba, Trick, Javon are very, very special because when was the last time that a male got called up from NXT and had the impact like Oba, Trick, Javon to a lesser extent at the moment, right? Javon I think's really fun, but I don't think people are like losing their mind when he comes walking out. I think it's like, yeah, I love this guy, he's good, you know, it's positive. But like when it's Trick coming out, oh, what that Trick, you know, I mean, it's loud. When Oba comes out, it's aura, you know. So I think Trick and Oba are in a slightly different place to Javon. Javon's got a hell of a career in front of him, though. But bottom line, when was the last time that anyone came up that had that level of aura? Like, we have to say that Trick and Javon are very special, right? I think there are some great professional wrestlers that are coming through. I think Ethan is going to be a very effective heel on the main roster. I think his match quality is very good. I think he's very good at being a heel. He's very good at getting heat. He's very good at sort of belittling the baby face and being that foil. I think he'll be very effective when he comes up. Ricky, I think, will be a good professional wrestler in the sense of absolutely he can be around a mid cards. I think he's a little bit LA Knight-esque, to be honest. You know, I think he's quite charismatic. He doesn't necessarily have catchphrases. I mean, he does have his pose. I think that he is a bit different to LA Knight in that regard, but a solid hand, mid-card. If the fans get behind him, or if you want him to have a big heel run, you might be able to get him up to a world title. So I think both of those coming through really solids. Joe Hendry obviously has got a lot of support. So when Joe comes up, the top end of the card looks like it can do a job at the main roster now. You could call all three of them up and they'd do a job now. Bottom line is, though, for a Trick or an Oba, you're going to need some serious aura. And we haven't got anyone. There isn't anyone where the music hits and people are losing their minds. But that's because Oba and Trick are very, very special. Whether you can get Keanu Carver there, I think there's potential. Harlem Lewis down in Evolve is seemingly the Keanu Carver replacement, and I'm not feeling it, to be honest. I don't get the feeling that he is the next one in line, right? But Keanu Carver was someone we were quite excited about when he was in Evolve, and I don't know size-wise how he matches up, but he feels to me like we could do something there. I like his presentation, actually, because he's got boxing shorts, and he's got his hands sort of wrapped a little. He's got a slightly boxing aesthetic. I don't know why we don't have him throw in some punches. We know that closed fist punches never used to be allowed, but now we see them all the time. Logan does it, actually, knocks people out, right? So I feel like he's got this sort of boxer aesthetic. I think I'd be kind of tempted to lean into that. Give him a backstory of being a Golden Gloves boxer. Give him a knockout punch. Maybe lean into that and give him just a little bit of a gimmick. Just a little bit of a gimmick. Nothing that's, too heavy. But just move him towards boxing a touch. Because I think the shorts and the boots and the hand wraps, someone must have spoken to him about that as the aesthetic. I think that there is a chance that we could make him a badass and knockout artist, that he could maybe carry a bit of aura. I don't think it's there yet, though. Jasper Troy feels a little bit like a bust. That, he came in with a bit of momentum, and that's, really settled down now. I think he's very limited in the ring, to be honest. If you want to talk about aura, it might be Zarya. I mean, Zarya's entrance is badass. So if you want to talk about aura, who's got the most aura when their music hits, it might be Zarya right now. Because when her music hits, it was really cool, and then it would be interrupted by Soul's kind of surfer theme, and you'd be like, ugh. But actually, I get the feeling that now that she's on her own, we got a proper Zarya entrance the other day when she was competing against JC. And it was good. It was hitting hard. Zarya got in the ring and Fallon was sort of backing away. And that's going to be an important thing, actually, is making sure that everyone else reacts to Zarya the way that we need them to. They should be scared. If Zarya's around, if you're backstage and you see Zarya, I want you to turn around and go the way you've just come. If she's walking down the corridor looking all mean and moody, I'd love to see someone walk round the corner behind her, spot her and go, nope. Turn around and just walk back again, And if she steps in there with Thea Hale, I want to see Thea like her life is flashing before her eyes. You can build up the aura of Zarya by having the other girls put her over with their reactions to her. Few squash matches in there as well, some big wins. I would definitely have a go over Soul when they face, because I think Soul's going to the main roster anyway. So let's start fueling Zarya now. Let's start building Zarya. Let's give her some big wins, some squashes, have the girls reacting to her. I think her entrance is good, really good. She might be the one that's got the biggest aura at the moment. Kelani Carver, I think, has got potential. I think the guys at the top of the card can do a job on the main roster, but I don't think I would particularly use the word aura for them. But I do like Ricky. I like Ricky's music. I like Ethan's as well, but that's not aura. So there is some talent that's around. It's not a bad. Group for NXT. I think the women are doing a bit of lifting. We could definitely do with bringing someone new in. David Finlay could have been interesting if he had been signed by NXT. Maybe Evil, if Evil was to come in. I'm not sure what that would look like, but it'd be an interesting new piece to the puzzle if he was to come in. But it definitely feels like we could do with bringing couple of really exciting talents in, some already established talents. I think I'm surprised actually we didn't bring Powerhouse Hobbs in. I mean, Powerhouse Hobbs coming into NXT would make a lot of sense to me. I wonder if the amount of money they've had to bid to get him, I wonder if that is maybe too much for NXT, and they're like, right, we need to get our money's worth, so we're going to use him on the main roster. Plus also, we want to build up Jasper Troy. We want to build up Josh Briggs. We want to build up Keanu Carver. I mean, Josh Briggs has got a size. He's a big boy. I wonder if they just don't want Powerhouse Hobbs to kind of overshadow some of them. Don't know. It's tricky, isn't it? There's some good talent that's there, but yeah, Oba, Trick are very special. Fernando said, can I ask a question? Yeah, of course. I've got a really good question. Go ahead. Cadet said, Daze, are we surprised that the Jade Rhea segment, they didn't mention the Twitter exchange to turn it into a work? Now it's just who's stronger. I'm surprised that it wasn't like reference. There was one reference to it at the start, which was like, I think Rhea said, so you've got a lot to say. Let's hear it. And it kind of felt it was a little bit of a reference of like, well, you've said a lot online. Well, I'm here now. What you got to say? So I felt like there was a tiny reference at the start, but it was nothing major. I think it didn't really bother me that it wasn't so much mentioned. I think what surprised me, and I think that the core part of the promo was probably understandable, right? Like that they went that way. The thing with creative is they look at feuds and they want to know the story. And actually, it's funny. I was listening to Michael Hayes. Michael Hayes was on the Undertaker's podcast, and he asked. He made a point. He was like, when it was Undertaker Triple H at WrestleMania 27, he said we didn't know the story. Even on the day of WrestleMania, we didn't know the story of the match. We didn't have a story. And he said, do you remember it was like really late in the day and we got it, right? And it took a lot of convincing of Vince to convince him what, the story should be. But eventually he went for it. And it was just really interesting to hear him kind of talking about that, because that is a little glimpse into the creative process, of course. And the point he made was that they didn't have a story. They didn't know what the match was going to look like, but they found the story. And the story was Triple H couldn't put Undertaker away. Like, he couldn't put him away, couldn't beat him. Kept hitting him with loads of stuff, couldn't beat him. Undertaker eventually wins, right? So Undertaker gets the win. Triple H walks out the ring, right, after just losing. Undertaker doesn't. This was going to be the first time, or one of the first times, that Undertaker was beaten so badly that he was not able to leave the ring walking out. And they said that was our story. That's what people were going to be talking about. The fact that there was a banger match. Triple H couldn't put Undertaker away. Undertaker gets the win. But Undertaker could not walk out. Triple H walks out. Undertaker was so badly beaten, he wasn't able to walk out. He gets stretchered out. It's funny, actually, because I do obviously remember that. WrestleMania 27, Undertaker being loaded on the back of a stretcher. And it being quite shocking. seeing the Undertaker not being able to walk out and being like beaten down and Vince didn't like it because he was like, my Undertaker always walks out. And they were like, yes, but that's why we need him to not this time, because this is going to be the shocking talking point, you know. Great match. And oh my God, did you see after Undertaker wasn't able to walk out? And so that's the story that they came up with, right? So I think when it comes to Rhea and Jade's, the same question is going to get asked. What's the narrative? What's the story? What is going to be the thing that we focus on for this feuds? And it seems like they've kind of come with the idea of, well, they're both big, they're both strong, they're both jacked. Why don't we go with the story of who's more powerful, right? Why don't we go with the story about their physique and their size? And that's what that promo was, wasn't it? You had one girl, Jade, saying, I'm bigger than you, I'm more powerful. You had Rhea going, that might be true. I'm not sure. It could be true. But I'm built for fighting. I'm not built for show, right? I'm built to fight. You know, you can punch me, I'll get back up. If I punch you, you won't. I think that as a narrative is fine. It's fine, right? But that to me is the core narrative of your promo. What you want to do then is you want to have some spicy stuff in there, right? That's your story, and that's fine. But you want to have some stuff in there. And I certainly think you want to reference the online beef. The fact they didn't, and the fact they just left it at what the story was, the narrative was, and they didn't go any further than that. It did feel very subdued. It did feel a little safe. It did feel very just scripted and delivered. And there is no reason for that. I mean, some people might say, well, you don't want them to, you know, shoot at each other and it spiral. Oh, completely agree. I agree. You don't want that. But why couldn't we have agreed some spicy lines earlier in the day? Why could Rhea have not said to Jade, listen, when you say this bit, I'm going to say this line, and I want you to react as if that wasn't, you know, where's that come from? You know? And the way you can do that is by, you know, look shocked, look startled, maybe look over at a technician, put your hands out, a bit like, what's this? Right? Just tease that, was that line meant to be there? And, you know, we said this before the promo. You can go back, I promise you, before the promo was even said, we said it'd be great if there's a couple of lines in there that they just make you question if they're a work or a shoot. Just make you question. Because that's spicy. That would get some debate going, some conversation going. Do you think that was a shoot? Do you think that was a work? What do you think about that line? That was an interesting line. Is this feud going to fall apart? Can they be trusted? Of course, backstage, they'll be laughing their heads off. They'll be like, do you reckon they went for it? Do you reckon they bought that line? So, you know, I mean, no one has actually had their feelings hurt. But, yeah, I think you could just dig into that. And there was none of that. It was all just, this is the story. This is the narrative. We're going to play it with a straight bat, nice and safe. And that's it. So, yeah, I suppose I wasn't too surprised about that there wasn't more of a reference to the Twitter thing. You could have had a little bit more in there, of course. I think I was just more surprised you didn't make that promo spicier, because going into it, we didn't know what was going to happen. I think you could have used that to your advantage. They could make a story for a match on the spot, said Weird Flex. Have the heel cheat to win and the babyface overcome that, or work around an injured body part. That happens during matches. It can be that simple. Yeah. Yep. You know, targeting limbs, that's a classic, isn't it? And people then not being able to use that. So perhaps it's a limb that you use for your finisher. But because that limb's been targeted, you now can't do your finisher. You try, but you can't do it. So now you got to try and find a different way to win. You're absolutely right. Fernando said, when do we think Ethan is going to make the main roster, and who will he face? I don't think we're too far away, to be honest. I think there were reports that he has already been discussed for the main roster. So... but apparently they are also looking at him having another NXT title run for a bit. So It's hard, isn't it? I mean, I certainly don't see it being before the Raw after WrestleMania. I think that would be the soonest. I think we might even be looking just after SummerSlam, because it could be that Ethan fights for the title at Stand and Deliver and wins, and then we have a summer of Ethan as NXT champ. And then post that, he goes and drops the title and gets called up after SummerSlam. I suppose right now, just rough ballpark, I'm thinking late 2026, post SummerSlam, he'll get called up. It could be as early as post Mania, though. But it's just that little chatter about him potentially having another NXT title run that makes me think maybe it's going to be later this year. He'd be a heel. I don't see any reason to move him away from being a heel. So I think when he goes up to the main roster, you want to have a look at mid-card babyface. So it's hard to say, isn't it? Because it really depends who is going to be in the mid-card and who is a babyface and who's available. But if I was to throw some names out, like if he was to come up right now, I would throw out someone like LA Knight. I would throw out someone like Sami Zayn. That kind of ballpark. If Finn Balor was to be a babyface, maybe he's left Judgment Day by later this year, and he's a babyface. Like maybe you could do Ethan Page, Finn Balor. I think that would be a really fun feud. So I would say anyone that's a babyface in the mid cards that is available. Then you could have Damian Priest. Damian Priest is a babyface. He's around the mid-cards. You could do Damian Priest against Ethan Page. Maybe you could do Johnny. If Johnny Gargano is going to be a babyface. And hopefully by later this year, he's got some wins and a bit of momentum and he's putting on good matches. Carmelo is the babyface in the mid-cards. Some of those options are better than others, of course, because maybe some of them feel like they just work a little bit better. I mean, LA Knight, Ethan, there's a history there. There's a lot to dig into. LA Knight's quite an over babyface. I mean, there's people that really want to see him win a world title. He's very popular at the moment. So, him being in there with Ethan and the history they've got, I think that could be a really interesting feud. I would not be down on Finn Balor against Ethan as well. I think that could be very interesting. That would be fun. So I think there's lots of options. I mean, I can't give you the actual names because, I'm not even sure WWE has got that information right now. But, for me, you keep him heel. You bring him up later in the year. You put him in there with a mid-card babyface. That Showbiz said, is the Andre Battle Royal a thing anymore? Yeah, they do it on the Go Home SmackDown for WrestleMania. So last year it was won by Carmelo. You might remember they made that ugly big Andre necklace thing for him. So we do still do it. It doesn't mean anything. Long ago did it stop meaning anything? You could maybe make the argument it never really meant anything. I do think it's frustrating that it doesn't mean more, that the winner, I don't even know if the winner does a winner get a title shot? Did we introduce that rule? They didn't used to. I can't remember if that's now a new extra thing that got added, but it's always on the Go Home SmackDown these days. Connor said, days after Jacob costed Drew from winning, do we think that we could potentially see a Drew Jacob feuds lead into Mania? Yes, buds. With them having a match at Mania, yeah. That's the rumoured direction for Drew. So, yes, Jacob blames Drew for attacking him, and we still haven't had word as to who attacked Jacob. So we do still need to figure out who attacked Jacob. So, it seems like they're on a collision course. Jack said, are you doing UFC later? No, but full attention is on NXT. I'd love to be doing UFC later as well, but as soon as NXT is finished, to be honest, if I'm doing UFC, I want to do the whole thing. There's obviously big UFC channels that have got big communities. If we're going to get any kind of people joining us, we have to start early. we have to start with the pre-show. We have to kind of, get the conversation going. Maybe we have to start before some of those other big accounts start. Because if we just start during the main event, I mean, there's just no point. No one will join us because UFC fans will just go to those big UFC channels, as they should. To be honest, those UFC channels are just talking UFC all the time. I mean, if you really want to, people that are constantly talking UFC and constantly, talking about the fighters, the fights, the issues, the good things, the bad things. I mean, basically they're doing for UFC what we do for WWE. So, if a UFC channel wants to cover WrestleMania, maybe they would, have to start early because they're not going to attract too many WWE fans. It's just the way that YouTube is, isn't it? Of course, it's just about the communities that you've built. And well, because of TKO and the way that they keep putting UFC shows on at the same time as WWE shows, and of course we're a WWE channel, so we're going to choose the WWE shows. I don't blame any of the UFC community that has now left the channel. I wouldn't blame them at all. So it's out of my control. It's very frustrating because I love UFC and I've really enjoyed covering it, genuinely. And I think if UFC was on the Saturday and wrestling was on the Sunday, we would be able to do both every week, and I would do it. I would do the fight nights. I'd do because we did. I mean, we did it for years and years and years. I did it from like 2018 up until about 2023, 2024. The only reason that we've not stopped, but the only reason why I can't get to it is because I need to do the whole show. I need to do the pre-shows. I need to the prelims, the early prelim. I need to do the whole thing. I can't just do the main cards because it's so competitive now. So many channels doing watch-alongs. It's just grown and grown and grown, and more people are doing it. It's a very crowded market. Just no one will find you. You won't feature in the search. And so, for me, I think it's right that you just make a decision, pick a show that you're going to do, which of course for us is going to be WWE, if I have to choose, and you just commit to it, and you just go, balls deep, and make that your focus. So, yeah, that's, it's not that we don't love UFC anymore or anything like that. It's just that in this climate, with how competitive YouTube is these days, you got to pick a lane. You got to dedicate yourself to it. Right, Steve said there's 5 matches for this NXT PLE. Feels right, but there's only 4 on a main roster PLE, and that feels like it's not enough. Would B6 be a better number for matches for PLEs? Steve, shout out to you. Well, I think they do tend to do more for PLEs. The reason why we've just had a couple that have only been 4 is because the past 2 PLEs, not including Saturday night's main event, of course, but the past 2 PLEs have been Survivor Series, which features War Games. Those are not normal matches. A normal match might take 15 minutes to 20 minutes. War Games match can take 50 minutes. So, each one of those is equivalent to like 2 matches. So you've got 2 War Games matches, which is equivalent to about 4 matches. And then you've got the 2 matches that went on as well. I remember Stephanie against Nikki, I believe was one. Actually, off the top of my head, I can't even remember the other one. But was it Cena Dominic? I think it was Cena Dominic, wasn't it, for the Intercontinental? So in a roundabout way, I would say that at Survivor Series, you had the equivalent of 6 matches. It was just 4 matches because 2 of them were War Games, and then the exact same thing happened at the Royal Rumble, and because you had the 2 Rumbles, which, I mean, they're an hour each. I mean, you could even make an argument they're equivalent to 3 matches. So you could make the argument that that was kind of like 8 matches with 2 Rumbles and then 2 matches as well. And then we've just done Elimination Chamber, where we had 2 Elimination Chambers. And again, considering that every 5 minutes we bring people out of pods, I don't think it's fair to just class that as a normal match. That's an extended match as well. So War Games, Royal Rumble, Elimination Chamber, they're very, well, they're gimmick matches, aren't they? That take longer, and that's why you end up with 4 matches on the card. But I think a normal, like, Clash in Italy is not going to have 4 matches. That's probably going to have, well, at least 5, I would imagine 6. But you will see more for those type of events. Obviously, you know, WrestleMania is going to be stacked, as you would imagine. Backlash. How many did Backlash have last year? I would expect at least 5, 6. 5, 6 is what I'd be looking at. But let's have a look at last year, and we'll see what they did last year. Last year, 2025, we had 5 matches. So could they put another one in there? Yeah, I think they probably could. I think 5 is okay. I think Triple H kind of likes 5 because I think he likes it to kind of clock in at about 2 hours 30, 2:20. If you think back to a lot of the takeovers when he was in NXT, they were like 5 matches long, but I think you could push that to 6, to be honest. So yeah, I don't mind seeing that just increase a touch, but I think the reason why it's been 4 recently is because of the gimmick matches. But last year we had 5 at Backlash. Might be the same again. Could they take it to 6? Yeah, I wouldn't personally go above that. I think that actually just looking at last year, Cena Randy Orton was the main event. That went 27 minutes 50. You could really make an argument there that you could take 10 minutes off that and put a 6th match in. And Cena Randy would still be getting close to 20 minutes, which I don't think that match needed to be that long, 27:50. I think you can shave 10 minutes off that and put a 6th match on. So I don't know. We'll have to see. But yeah, I think we've just been through a bit of a weird period. Connor said, apparently Kevin is set to undergo re-evaluation this summer to see how things are coming along. WWE are hopeful that Kevin Owens will be able to return at some point. Well, I hope so as well. I mean, Kevin is loved, and for him to come back would be absolutely fantastic. So, yes, I think we're all keeping our fingers crossed on that one. Right, Wrestlandy said, do we think that Punk might turn heel before Mania? He crossed the line with Roman. Well, it's really interesting. I don't know if he did cross the line. It's interesting because a lot of people are saying that he did. And a lot of people are saying that that was too far. And a lot of people are saying that that was not becoming of a babyface. I don't know that it's any more deeper or any more meaningful than just having a killer line to end that segment with, you know? This is 2 baby faces going at each other. Pick a side. Who do you want to win? Are you with Punk or are you with Roman? And Punk obviously has come out with a line that's made people feel a certain way. If you're really against it, maybe you're Team Roman now. If you think all is fair in love and war, maybe you're Team Punk. I think there is a chance that they could turn him heel. Some of it might be depending on the reaction to that line. I've not heard any reports that there's any plans to turn him heel. I personally wouldn't say that line has made him heel. I think that he can come out, cut another promo and, you know, make it clear, look, if you're going to go to battle with me, if you're going to say that you're going to retire me, you're going to end my career, well, you need to know it's going to be gloves off, right? You need to know that all is fair in love and war. I think you can make the argument that, you know, you might not have agreed with what I said, but I don't pull any punches. This is why I was always loved. This is why I've always had the support of the fans, because I don't pull any punches, right? I'm gonna do what needs to be done, and you know, the fans have always appreciated that. And you can make a thing out of it if you need to. There was a little backlash to it, but I mean, it wasn't It wasn't like what we saw with Cody winning the title last night. So I think there is an opportunity to turn him, yes. There's an opportunity there. If you want to pull the trigger, you can pull the trigger. Equally, I think you can explain it and, go down that road. I don't know. I mean, I do find the Roman CM Punk feuds to be an interesting feuds. I thought that promo segment definitely got me more excited for the match. I think still because it's babyface, because we kind of got it last year, I'm still like not losing my mind over it, I really could be in the minority on that. I actually don't know where I am with that. I don't know how people are feeling about that. I'd imagine people are quite excited, and I'd imagine that the promo exchange on Monday did its job. It definitely got me more excited. But I've still got, reasons as to why, if it had to change, if it fell through, it would not be the end of the world for me. It wouldn't be like, oh my God, WrestleMania is ruined now. For example, if Punk got injured next week and was out of Mania, obviously people would be concerned, but if they announced we're going to do Roman Ober instead, we're back straight away. I'm on board, right? Wow, how are you booking that? Vacant championship. Punk's injured. He's got to vacate the championship. We're going to do Ober Roman instead. Yeah, let's go. Or yeah, of course I'd have my concerns. I'd be like, is it not too soon for Ober? But, we'd be going down a road we didn't plan. Or they might turn around and go, we're going to do Seth Roman. And I'd be like, let's go, I know they faced last year in that triple threat, but as I said, their history is just so intertwined that the fact that we've never had them face at WrestleMania feels like a bit of an oversight, like we should have done it one-on-one. And so, yeah, I mean, that would be as good, if not a bit better, in my opinion. So this is my point. I'm not down on CM Punk Roman. There are reasons why I'm not losing my mind over it. And I think that if something was to happen to that match, I think we could find an adequate replacement. But yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how they respond to some of that backlash on Monday. I don't envisage them turning him, but they could. They could. Right, how long we got? We got 16 minutes. That's all. 16 minutes. Right, Bishop said, I've got a question. Yes, buds. Do we think the fact that we're in the same venue for Mania as last year has had an effect on ticket sales? I don't think so, to be honest. I think the thing with Vegas, I could potentially agree if it was New Orleans or Florida or somewhere like that. But I think there's quite a few people that travel for Mania. Mania, it's not just reliant on the local community. There could be a little factor there with people that live in Vegas having gone to Mania last year. So maybe they don't have an appetite to go again this year. But I don't know the percentage, but I would be really interested to know how many of that crowd last year were from Vegas. Because the thing with Mania is we know people fly in from all different states. Not only that, all different countries. I mean, the reason why the Raw after Mania is so crazy is because you've got international fans. I mean, you see all the different flags. And, Wrestle with Andy was someone that went to WrestleMania and did Raw after WrestleMania. There's a lot of people that go and make a weekend out of it, right? It's not just that we're relying on local fans when it comes to WrestleMania. WrestleMania is a brand in its own right that attracts, people from all over the world, traveling in. So there's maybe a little bit in that, but I really don't think much. I think the Vegas is a place you travel to. Vegas is a place that is all built on tourism. And so I think a lot of people flew in to go to Mania last year. I think a lot of people should be flying in to go to Mania this year. I think there are bigger things at play than that. And I think that one of those things is the cost of the tickets. That's arguably the biggest thing, right? You can say the creative is not inspiring, right? You can say that a lot of the recent shows have underwhelmed. You know, people are having to decide, do I want to spend thousands going to a show that might not deliver? I mean, maybe this is one that I sit out. Maybe wrestling is just not in a great place right now, and it's not worth me investing that amount of money. You know, I'll just get my mates round, and we'll buy it and we'll watch it at home. And maybe we do that this time. I mean, cost of living is a problem with how expensive everything is. The ticket prices are a problem. That's maybe the biggest problem, is the fact ticket prices have gone up so high again. Although you do have to say they dropped those ticket prices by 25%. Still expensive, apparently, even after 25% off, and they still didn't shift many. So even with that 25% off, it still was either too high or the creative is not good enough, right? I saw Brian Alvarez, a little clip of him, and Brian Alvarez says, you know, the problems that they've got right now is the ticket prices are too high and they've not announced a card for Mania. So people don't know what they're necessarily buying into. And even if they do buy in, the tickets are so expensive. So Alvarez has identified that, in his opinion, as the big issues. I think there are a couple of other things. I think, you know, maybe the local thing, there could be something to that. Well, I think one of the other things as well is America. I mean, no offense, America, but you did slap tariffs on the world, right? We have seen, as a result, Canadians sort of not traveling to America as much. There's been a lot of chatter in the UK about, you know, are people going to go to the World Cup? And, you know, the way that... you know, do people want to travel to America at the moment? There's a whole thing as well, wasn't there, about like they check your social media when you're traveling over there. I mean, I don't feel like America has kind of made itself feel very welcoming to the world. And listen, we're not being political. I'm just being honest about the things that I am reading and the conversations I am hearing on sports radio. Right? There's a presenter on TalkSport who has got... he is a presenter, on The Rest is Politics. It's not even a sports channel, right? They talk politics. And he's got tickets to go to the World Cup. And he actually asked the viewers of his podcast, like, should I go? I don't know if I should go. I don't know if I want to go. I don't know if I've got an appetite to go. And... you know, we're hearing that tourism numbers are down in America at the moment. So I don't, you know, it's hard to have this conversation without getting political. I'm not getting political, but there is something to that. We know that Canadians are not traveling to America in the numbers that they were. I can tell you that British are not, and Europeans are not traveling to America in the numbers that they were. And as a result, I think there is potentially something to that as well, where people are going, do I want to go to America at this time? So I think you've got a little bit of that at play. Not loads, but is there a percentage, 5% being affected by that? I mean, if that's 5%, and then, you know, ticket prices are resulting in 10% of a decrease, people not wanting to go to America is 5% of a decrease. Us running the same venue we ran last year is resulting in a 2% decrease, right? The card not being published at the moment is a 5% decrease, and the creative being a bit stale. By the time you add all these things up, you're looking at 20-odd% down. And I don't think it is just one reason. I think there is a smorgasbord of reasons as to why we find ourselves with the ticket sales that we find ourselves with. So I don't really think it is just one reason, because I think you could make the ticket prices more affordable. I think you're still going to have Canadians and Europeans going, do I want to go to America right now? And you're still going to have people going, last year was mids. I spent so much money and I didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy the show. Do I really want to run that risk again? So you can reduce the ticket sales, and I still think you've got those problems. So I think it's a mixture, honestly. John said, this WWE creative is worse than Tommy Toy Travels ordering them DVDs. That's bad, isn't it? He was spending like $1,000 on them. That is bad. That is like Tommy constantly talking. It's about as bad as constantly... it's about as bad as the web, actually. I feel like we have managed to move him away from musicals. I don't know how we've done it, but it's been a few weeks now since he's really spoke about musicals. So I feel like there's been some positive movement there. He is still talking a bit about Spanish, but we've had a little bit of movement there as well. I tried actually the other day to record the episode of The Wep. It's a podcast we do on a Thursday. And I edited it down. I got the hour clip and I edited down to 10 minutes, just 10 minutes of highlights. It was actually quite good. I need to just do a few more little tweaks to it, just make it a bit tighter. And then I'm going to send it over to Tommy, see what he says. But I think The Wep has got some great stuff in it. It's just... it can be hard to get to that great stuff sometimes because, you know, we're starting conversations. Is that going anywhere? No, right? Let's go here instead. Is that going anywhere? And, you know, eventually you'll get somewhere good. So I think there are these good bits that are in the Wep episodes. I think some of the best stuff, most fun stuff that I've enjoyed has been during the Wep, actually. There's been some fantastic, hilarious bits. I think we don't do a very good job of pulling them out. So, yeah, it's funny. I was looking at that this week, actually. So, John's 1, 2, 3. Shout out to you, buds. It's a great combo. Who was saying that? It's a great combo. Toby, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Yeah, it's interesting. I love these conversations. I think like it's really interesting. This is why. You know, can we blame going back to the same place? There's probably a percentage, but I don't know how great that percentage is. I think there is more to it. Vic said, I was in the crowds last year. Love to all. Vic, shout out to you. I mean, it's so much bigger than just WrestleMania, isn't it? I mean, you've got WWE World. I don't know if they're going to do that Kill Tony stuff again. They were doing that last year. I'm not sure if that was seen as a success, but you know, potentially there's been no announcements on those. But there was those club nights. Remember Liv coming out in a bit of fabric here, a bit of fabric at the back, nothing on the sides. That kind of broke the internet during WrestleMania week. And you got the Hall of Fame, and you do the Slammies. I mean, there's so much that they do. I'm sure that it'll be fine. I'm sure that they'll, you know, reduce tickets as we get closer and, you know, shift a load once that full card is out. And, you know, I'm sure that they'll be able to, you know, get some good numbers. I'll tell you the one thing that does kind of get a bit overlooked, and that is rumors are that even this year's WrestleMania, even though the ticket sales are low, apparently it is still on course to be the highest grossing WWE event of all time. Ticket sales are low, but the ones they've sold are expensive. And so at the moment, it is on course to be a record breaker. I don't know how many tickets they need to sell in order to break the record. It might be 50,000, 55,000, you know, but apparently the projection is that they are still on course to be, you know, this is going to be the highest grossing WWE event of all time. And it's funny because it doesn't really feel that way, does it? The picture that gets painted is that it's this epic disaster and ticket sales are so down and it's all like end of the world stuff. But then in the same breath, they're about to make the most money they've ever made for any event ever. So we'll have to see where we end up and see what the final number is. Darwin, shout out to you, my friends. Darwin, I appreciate that, buds. Am I subscribed to you? Yes. Darwin Jones, thank you, my friends. Darwin said, Daze, the crowd loved it when Cody won last night. I think the internet is a bunch of haters. What, a cup of haters? Cup of hater. That was Enzo's line, wasn't it? What we got here? Couple haters. Bunch of haters. It's the right decision. Cody Randy is the bigger match for WrestleMania, and that story sells itself. The history, the family legacy. I can't wait, says Delwyn. Well, Delwyn, shout out to you, my friend. I am pleased that you are excited. Pleased that there is some positivity in the world, and yeah, I'm pleased that that has worked for you. Again, you know, I can only kind of reiterate what I said in the breakdown video. I can only really reiterate what I've said like a few times now, and that is, if you're not a fan of it, I understand. You know, I can see the booking. I can see why, you know, people are against it. I can see that I can see that Cody represents bland vanilla, right? I can see that Drew is trying to position himself as representing excitement, and you know, him being more daring, and, you know, more just a more exciting thrill ride. If he keeps the belt, it's going to be better than if Cody gets the belt and we get another mid run, right? So, yeah, I mean, I totally understand. I totally understand. And then on top of that, you've got people that just want Drew to have the run he never had during the pandemic as well. So I think there's a lot of, you know, reasons at play. I get it. I understand. I've said, like, we're in the same boat. I think we all are in the same boat. We differ on who we blame. We differ on whose fault this is. That's where I think the differences are. But, yeah, get it? I'm pleased that you like it, but I think it's just worth remembering that there is a chunk of people out there that do like Cody and do like him being champion. It's wrong to believe that everyone is against. It might feel that way because, of course, that's all you're reading online is how many dislikes there's been. But, you know, as I said, I did a poll last night just before the match, and it came out 55-45, and that poll was on X. 55-45. I think we had about 300 votes, which isn't loads, but I don't think it would have shifted drastically if it had 3,000 votes. Normally, when you get over 250, you tend to have a pretty good sample size. So, yeah, you know, it was 55-45 in favor of Drew. Then I did a poll during my breakdown, and that was, are you pleased that Cody won? And that was 59% yes. But it's funny that, like, you know, the headlines today make it seem like absolutely everyone is against it. So it's one of those. WWE will be looking at the numbers. They will obviously have to react. Whether they think it's just a storm in a teacup and it's going to blow over, I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking or feeling. It's I do blame them. I do think they created this problem themselves. It's their bed. They've now got to sleep in it. But, yeah, you know, Delwyn, keep supporting Cody. Keep enjoying the products. And hopefully we just all get a great WrestleMania. Hopefully we all get a great WrestleMania that excites us and is going to work for all of us. Because we all want a Mania to look forward to and enjoy. Hopefully that's what we end up getting. So, Delwyn, thank you for your comment, buds. Okay, here we go. We are underway. The countdown show is done. And we are about to get underway with... We are live! Let's go. Oh, there's City Walk. That's the bit in between Universal Studios and Islands of Adventure. There's, I'm sure many of you have been. There's like this area that's got restaurants and a cinema and Hard Rock Cafe and gift shops and mini golf and Bob Marley kind of bar and all this kind of stuff. There's a nice shot of Universal. Okay, we're seeing the Cullen arrive. There is Kelani. She's in an underground match tonight. And there is Lola. I don't know what... I've not seen the match order for this. Okay, this is the cold open. I wondered what they were talking about then, but it's just the cold open. Right, let's go. Daze, with this being a PLE, will you do an opinions video? Yes, Robbie, we will. We will. I was just thinking that, actually, like, not the opinions video. I was like, should I do a breakdown for this? Is this big enough for a breakdown? I feel like it probably is. So, yeah, I think I'll probably end up doing I've not got a stream set up for the breakdown, to be honest with you. It just didn't even cross my mind. So, I'll probably just record it as a video and upload it. But, yeah, we'll do an opinions video. Okay. Becky says, and this was 10 minutes ago, it's very well known that I've got an amazing immune system. I mean, I knew that. So I find it extremely suspicious that after exposing corrupt Carr, that she has been refereeing without a referee's license for some time now, that I have become extremely sick. My personal doctor is calling it the worst stomach bug he has ever seen. Absolute Joke and Petty Pierce have clearly sent their goon squad to poison me. Unbelievable. Luckily, I will pull through. They clearly want to suppress the truth. Unfortunately, I won't be at Raw this week to stop the illegal gauntlet match from happening, but Big Time Bex will return soon. This is a disgrace. I don't know how Pierce sleeps at night. Unbelievable. Have you ever heard anything so horrific as a WWE superstar being poisoned? This company spiraling out of control. So there we go. That was from Becky. That was Becky as of 10 minutes ago. Okay, here we go. Video package is done. And we are now waiting to see who's opening up the show. The barricade has got an LED screen on it. That's new. Normally we're chucking people into those barricades, but there's an LED screen. Are they fighting in the car park? Okay, we're starting with Blake. It's going to be Blake, Jade in a street fight. I don't think that I don't think there was anything that said it was going to be in the car park. I like her look. Did WWE bring the LED barricades from Center? Well, yeah, they have. I mean, I don't remember seeing them before, because we normally chuck people into those barricades. Uh-oh. Okay, Blake versus Jaida. Joe Hendry is big with the kids. It works with him. Hendry is more aggressive now. Is that going to cross over with the older fans? It's anyone's guess, says William. Jaida Parker. Jaida Parker. Jaida Parker. Okay, Jaida making her way down. It's going to be Blake versus Jaida. This is kicking off the show. Is he? So Booker's saying that's a new beat. That's a new theme song, is it? Sounds the same. Okay, slaps. We're underway. We're underway. Slaps coming in. Shots coming in there by Jaida. Blake with a Thez press. Takes Jaida down. That new theme, I mean, it didn't sound drastically different to what the one before. If they've changed it, it's completely inoffensive. Okay, right now we are underway. Kick coming in there by Blake Monroe. Back elbow there by Jaida. Jaida smashing Blake into the edge of the ring. Let's get rid of our poll for the main event because that has attracted over 800 votes and I'm not sure it's going to shift too much. 80% of you think that Joe Hendry is going to win. So who's going to win out of Jaida and Blake? Okay, Jaida Parker right now on the outsides. Double underhooks. Blake looking... No joy. Shot to the midsection there by Jaida. Looking for a suplex. Bang! Blake goes down. I like those LED screens, you know. I like them. I mean, it is going to limit us being able to chuck people into them, but that's only the same problem that they've got on the main roster. Table is being introduced here by Jaida. Oh, Blake pulls an umbrella from the crowd. Boom! I like that. I like that. She's right over the neck. She steals a fan's umbrella, probably planted. But into the ring post goes Jaida. Blake is... grabbing chairs, grabbing a table. Blake is chucking a load of chairs in. The fans are chanting, "We want tables," but a load of chairs are being introduced. There is a table that's been brought out and she puts it back. There we go. Lovely heel work. Shot coming in there by Blake. In the ring goes Jaida. Blake gets in the ring. Kick coming into the midsection. Blake grabs a chair. Shot coming into the back there by Jaida. Forearm shot coming back there by Blake. Bang. Net breaker by Blake. One. There's no rain in Orlando. No one's got a reason for an umbrella, said Stone. Hello, Sydney said, I always forget that Blake is British. Right now, she is trying to get a chair. Okay. It's a bit different. We've got a chair. Kind of, ooh. She gets planted face first into that chair. She had it balanced on some kendo sticks. Oh, shot coming into the back there by Jaida. And again, Jaida walloping Blake. Jaida with a big boot. Blake goes down. Blake looking to roll out of the ring. Jaida goes out after her. Blake drives Jaida into the edge of the ring. Jaida driving Blake into the commentary table. Well, it's a fiery hot start, isn't it? It's a fiery hot start. Jaida going underneath and getting a table. It's what the fans wanted. It's what she's going to give them. Jaida gets a table. And kick coming in there by Blake. Blake has got Jaida. There's a shot to the midsection. Blake goes into the edge of the ring, into the ring steps. Blake goes down. Blake is just another reason on my list of reasons to love England, says Robbie. Radiated Zombie said, Blake is used to this kind of a match. Look at the matches in AEW with Tony Storm. Alex said, it's Jaida that gets the tables. Jennifer, hello. Hope you're doing well. Steve said, as a match, this is a Jaida style. Blake needs to get a credible win. Drop kick there by Blake. Jaida down, looking for the cover to kick out. Blake needs to lose the chaps, said Spawny Boy. I think it was kind of smart to start with this, said Alex. Big kendo stick shot. Coming in there by Blake. Right now, Blake has driving Jaida down, going for the cover. 1, 2. No joy. No joy. Is this on the network? It is on Peacock in America, and it is on Netflix internationally. Okay, right now we've got Blake grabbing some trash cans. And is that a chain? Looks like a plastic chain. Looks like a white plastic chain. Okay, right now we got Blake bringing in this trash can. Jaida grabs Blake, drives her into the corner. Driving her shoulder in. Big chop coming in there by Jaida. We're looking for a suplex. Oh my God, that's a big right hand there by Jaida. Big right hands. Another big shot coming in. I like the big screens behind the crowd as well. They might have been there for a long time as well, but I remember when it was just that center panel, but it's like the whole length, isn't it? They've really upped the screens. The LEDs on the barricade are the most striking, but, you know, that big, like, street fight text looks really good as they're battling away. Right now, we have got Blake with a chair. Jaida is trapped upside down in the corner. Oh, she's doing the high step. Blake's doing the high step. Charging over. Collides into a chair. It's like a concerto in the corner. 1, 2. Jaida kicks out. Jaida kicks out. Boom. Okay. Oh! Big right hand with a chain. Jaida goes down. Shoulder up there by Jaida. Did the second update a little bit. NXT needs an old school scaffold match, said Defcon. Okay, right now we got a crossface being applied with a kendo stick by Blake. Jaida is reversing, going for the cover, kick out. Blake looking over at Jaida. Coming over, bang, Ken, that's nice. Oh, nice. You can hear those kendo shots. Blake Monroe down, and another vicious kendo shot. They don't sound fun to take at all. I'm sure she's going to have some marks showing after that. Down goes Blake. She's getting chucked around. Bang! Jaida collides into Blake. The referee just checking on Blake. It's had a lovely pace, hasn't it? I mean, it's been all action. Jaida goes into the corner. Blake Monroe comes in. Oh! Kick there by Jaida. Jaida, just a little bit off with that. Blake rolls out the ring. Blake goes to the outsides. Is Jaida selling or is she legit injured? I think it's just a bit of selling. Big boot coming in there by Jaida. Picking up this table. Certainly nothing here that seems to be stopping her from completing the match. Ah! Trash can lid. And again. Right now, she gets thrown. I don't know where she went. Looked like she got thrown in the direction of that platform. Okay, we're going back underneath the ring and we are getting a bag. What's in the bag? Oh, we've got a brick. We've got a shot to the midsection. Chair to the back. Jaida laying out Blake. Blake is down. She's putting her on top of that table. Another big shots coming in. You can see some of the red marks on the back there of Blake. Jaida is on the edge of the ring. I think she's going to go up even higher here. And she comes crashing down on Blake. It was all right. I mean, it was not the biggest spot, was it? So she comes jumping off that second rope to the outside, crashes onto Blake, puts her through the table. In the ring goes Blake. Jaida gets back in as well. Jaida against the ropes. Bang. Hip attack. 1, 2. Kick out there by Blake. This match is carrying on. We need to find Jade Monkey by the next full moon, says Miss Clown. Blake is hazardous to my heart condition, says Robbie. Okay, right now, big knee coming in there by Blake. 1, 2, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Tyler is ahead. That must have hurt so much, said Shaquem. Go Jaida. Let's go Blake. Let's go Jaida. Let's go Blake. Blake with some big clubbing blows. Jaida going over into the corner. Down goes Jaida. Now we're going to look inside this bag. We're about to find out. Oh, diamonds are in the bag. Diamonds are in the bag. Traditionally, you would expect. Oh, boom! Into the diamonds. Ah, DDT. Going for the cover. 2, 3. Blake wins. Blake wins with a DDT into some diamonds. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. They're certainly Blake Monroe's. So, well, there we go. Blake Monroe gets the dub, gets the win, gets the victory. It's a pretty fun match. It is a pretty fun start. That finish was bomb, says Tyler. That was surprising, says Spawny Boy. Humpty said it's worse than Legos. I mean, I don't know about you. I might have just lost the match if I'm Jaida, but right now I'm going. I'm just grabbing as many of them diamonds as I can. Tonight doesn't have to be a complete defeat for Jaida, you know. Get a couple of them, get down to the jewelry districts. Can still be a good payday. This April, live. CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk. I don't think this is not over between them, said Kyle. William said, great. NXT did what they needed. Thought Blake's Woman from Hell character. Defcon said, Sportskeeda news was Daze suspended for PEDs. Well, I mean, I've been taking them right in front of you guys for years now. I've not even been hiding it, have I? Do you know what I mean? It's about time someone took some action. Hello, little advert for Laney Luck. We saw this on Evolve. David, hello. Chat out to you. Tyler said, I got to agree. This is already better than SmackDown. One match deep, and it's already better than the entirety of SmackDown, said Robbie. Alex Bliss Gamer said, hopefully this feud is now over. What would you like to see them move on to, Alex Bliss Gamer? Laney Look has arrived. Okay. Spaz out the DJ said, can anyone tell me, has WrestleMania gone back to the same city before? This is blowing my mind. Yeah, WrestleMania 4 and 5, Trump Plaza was the same. Well, I don't think it's that crazy, to be honest with you. I don't think, like, when it comes to Vegas, that you rely so much on the local market, because Vegas is obviously a very tourist place. So, you know, thing with WrestleMania is we always get a lot of people traveling into it. So I don't think we're, you know, they'll be aware of the numbers. They'll know how many people traveled into Mania. I bet that number is really high. It could affect ticket sales. I'm sure local people did attend last year, and I'm sure that number could have decreased, but I don't think it's anything crazy. News, Daze has signed a Legends deal with Mattel. Don't really do anything with the figures anymore, do I? So, to be honest, I don't think they'd be that interested. So, I might have to debunk that one. If I was still doing toy hunts and figure videos, then there could be something to that. But, sadly, we're not kind of in that space anymore. Right, get your thoughts in about that match. What did you think about it? Did you enjoy it? Does it get a thumbs up from you? Sean said the wrestlers are excited to get exposure. They're going from working independence to WWE. I'm sure she is happy. Laney, is that? Oh, yeah, definitely. It might be in Vegas 3 times in a row if the war gets bigger and bigger, said Akeem. Tyler said Vegas is one of the best places to put it because it's an all-round catering city. John, yeah, I mean, it's true, actually. If you was going to just run it in one place every year, I feel like Florida or Vegas are not bad options. Just because both rely so heavily on tourism that, you know, there's a lot there to cater for a lot of tourists, a lot of, you know, infrastructure and restaurants, loads of places to eat, loads of places to visit, loads of things to do. I feel like those places are set up for if we was just going to run one place year after year after year. Okay, here we go. We got Ricky, we got Ethan. Rick is asking, where was my friend Ethan Page? Okay. He says, yeah, I just need to clear my mind. Ethan's remembering what it was like being NXT champion. I need to get back to that, says Ricky. I need my friend. I do like Ricky in this role. It's very entertaining. I mean, the only thing is, does it not now just scream that he's going to get involved and, you know... Okay, here we go. We are underway. Is this fight taking place outside? There's Tony. Okay, we are underway. This fight is going on in the... it might start outside and maybe it'll spill inside. But at the moment, they are fighting out in the parking lot. So it looks... Is this going to be a fight that's going to go throughout the show, or are we just going to stick with this? Big shot coming in there by Dion. Dion, he's getting slammed onto the front of a car. He's picking up a keg. Oh, right off the windscreen. We've actually cracked a windscreen on a car. Wow. God, we don't even get things this exciting on the main roster. Here they are, like Street Fighter, trashing a car. Shot coming in as we're starting to head towards the way into the building. Right, we're going inside. So Dion is in, and it looks like Tony is closing that shutter, which is going to lock the other members of Dark State outside. I mean, I'm sure they can still find a way in, do you know? Bang, he gets smashed into a door. Grabs him. Throws him back against another door. Goes for it. Whoa! Tony puts his fist right through that door. So we've trashed a door. We've trashed a windscreen of a car. Tony going into a table. There's a chair that's now about to be used. I don't even know what that was. Maybe a laptop. Looks like we are sticking with this. I'm not even entirely sure where we are. I'm guessing just backstage at the Performance Center. Look, they have found a way in. Tony versus Dion. The numbers are with Dark State. They were always going to be with Dark State. Tony battling away. Shot coming in there by Tony. Oh. How is there 4 of them, and how are they so incompetent of, like, beating up Tony? Okay. Okay, apparently the official said we've got to get this going inside the ring. Okay, Dion going over to Tony. Shot coming in there by Dion. He drives Tony over a trunk. Okay, so Tony and... I don't know where the rest of Dark State have gone. These two throwing in shots at each other at the moment. Dion getting thrown over the trunk, and Tony with Dion throwing him into another trunk that's backstage. So another trunk is wheeling him over. So this thing, absolutely chaotic. Okay, where are we now? Now we're spilling back outside again. We're going back outside. We got loads of Performance Center recruits out there. Right now, Dion is being choked, but the other members of Dark State are coming over. Yeah, Tony is going to struggle against these numbers. This was always going to be the problem. Surely he has got a plan. Someone is stopping him. It's OTM! It's OTM! OTM are here! Okay, where have you been? What took you lot so long? Okay, Tony and Dion are still fighting their way towards the arena. The referee's trying to shepherd them that way. We've got to get to the ring. Wow, you just get chucked into that wall. Crack that plasterboards. Okay, there we go. Referee runs into the ring. We're trying to get Dion. Tony, they come exploding underneath that. That was quite the entrance. They just came through the underside of that platform. We're so used to seeing people go that way. It's kind of creative to see people kind of explode through the other way. But Tony and Dion are now in the arena. Yeah, we're about ready to start this match. Where's Riz? She's injured at the moment, made by Dom. She picked up an injury. I don't know if we've actually touched on that. Okay, right now we are... the bell has sounded. We are now in the ring. Kicks coming in there by Dion. Dion is in control. Let's get rid of the pole so we don't get confused. Okay. You lot scored that opening match as great 66. So seems like you lot enjoyed it. Next match is Tony Dion. Okay. Right now we've got Tony over by the ropes. Dion is... Look at Tony's hair. Tony's hair is like... he looks like a poodle. Okay, crowd are booing away as Dion grabs Tony over against the ropes. He's got him up. Spinebuster! Huge! Yeah, that looked great. Kick out. I don't know where the rest of flipping Dark State have gone. Are they trying to deal with OTM? I'm sure we're going to be seeing them again. Okay, right now over in the corner goes bang. Nice suplex. Tony with a big German suplex. Another one as well. Good work. I hope all this leads to the end of Dark State, said Robbie. Alex said that spot just reminded me of when Jericho went through the cardboard when he got thrown off that cage with the way that panel broke. Wrestling Fan said, this has been a really fun brawl. Let's see how the match is that follows. Draco said, why can't they do something like this on Raw and SmackDown? Right now, we got Tony grabbing a hold of Dion and lovely. Another German. Suplex City. Suplex City. Okay, right now he's got him up on his shoulders. Oh. Nice work again there by Tony. Tony charging over, big clothesline. Tony going over, grabbing Dion. This is already way better than SmackDown, said Tyler. Kyle said, I don't know why, but Tony's looking like a caveman to me. Oh, well, the caveman just crashed and burned. He just went into those ring steps hard. Oh, look at that. There's a woman with a Dark State shirt on. She's like, go on, Dion. She must have been one of their moms. Here we go. She's going to try and crush the ankle. Ah, Tony moves out the way. So it was a Staircherto. That's what it was going to be, but Tony managed to get his foot out the way. Little dig coming into the midsection. Shot coming in there by Dion. He throws him. Whoa! Into the front row. Tony goes flying into that front row. Tony just got hurled into that front row. Holy. 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 I mean, they're going to be planted, surely. Surely. I feel like we did that not long ago. Similar spot. He's going to get Dion looking for a suplex. Oh, big suplex. Big suplex through the commentary table. Oof. That looks moody, man. It looks like he gets caught his lower back on that table. That looks horrible. That looks horrible for Tony. That looks horrible. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. They're loving the violence. This is awesome. So, Tony thrown into the front row. Dion then grabs him, suplexes him from the barricades into the commentary table. Dion is grabbing Tony. Back in the ring. Right now, he is grabbing Tony off that top row. Oh, that was lovely. I'm telling you, Dion's looking really good in this match. Dion's looking really good. I think there is a real belief in this guy. Look at that. So, 2 count. Imagine taking a bump like that and the crowd chants that was awesome. Not cheering for you, just happy that you hurt your tailbone, said Weird Flex. It's another dueling chant moment. We had Let's Go Blake, Let's Go Jaida. Now we've got Let's Go Tony, Let's Go Dion. Okay. Tony is on his feet. Shot coming in there by Dion. Headbutt there by Tony. Tony grabbing Dion. Dion lands on his feet. Picks up Tony. Tony lands on his feet. Dion. Ah, big spear. Big spear there by Tony. Tony getting back into this. Crowd making some noise. Tony picking up Dion, plants him down. Goes for the cover. 2. Gets it. Tony gets the win. That was a pretty fun contest, honestly. Pretty fun stuff in that. What a fight, says Vic Joseph. Started in the parking lot, went through the warehouse, got to the ring. We had a front row spot. We had a suplex onto a table. Ooh, he's pretty jacked, actually, Tony. You see that when he flashed his guns? He is definitely not skipping going to the gym. Cars, walls, doors, all getting trashed. Yeah, I don't buy that. He was able to crush the spirit of Dark State. I ain't buying any of that. But He certainly has picked up a win. I'll give him that much. Yeah, it was fun. It was chaotic. I think it's going to be very well received. There was an awful lot to it. Okay, they're saying, what is phase 2? So I think they are really trying to make out that's him done with Dark State. That was, in my opinion, one of the greatest matches in wrestling history, says Millennial. NXT knows how to put on a fire show. Raw and SmackDown take note. Sweet and Sassy said Tony was on the same diet as Brock Lesnar. Yeah, when he flashed the guns. Very impressive. Okay, is this another 2K advert that I've not seen? EO, Liv, Rhea. I don't think I've seen this one. This looks like the extended version of the trailer. There's the Vision. CM Punk. Orton. I saw the short version of this advert yesterday. I've not seen the extended version. Daze, this NXT has cooked so far. I really liked the brawl before the match. It added to the intensity and the story that has been brewing, said Big Time. Okay, we've got that video package right now for Tatum. I wonder if that means that the Tatum match is next. Okay, that's interesting. So WWE now has the poster for Cody Randy as Saturday, and they have the poster for Roman and CM Punk as the Sunday. So I think they are seemingly making it very clear now. Yes, they're both headlining, and they're making it very clear which one is the Saturday, which one is the Sunday. I mean, no one's come out and confirmed anything, but I'd say that that's pretty misleading if that's not what it's going to be. So apparently previously both had been, according to Wrestle Talk, both had been Roman Punk. So interesting. I think we've seen this before, haven't we? I mean, this was a bit controversial because of it using AI. So it is just Tatum. Oh, we did tease some new version, didn't we, of Tatum? Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Izzi is watching that. Why is she watching it that way? If she turns it that way, it'll be full screen. She's an idiot. If I was watching it, I wouldn't be watching it portrait. If she turns it landscape, it'll fill the phone. She'll see a lot more of the detail. Be a bit bigger, easier to see. It doesn't matter what version of Tatum shows up at Vengeance Day. There is a lot of what version of Tatum's going to show up. There's a lot of that narrative. So what version are we going to get? The tempo to start the show has been perfect, said AB WWE fan. The street fight transition into a brawl was amazing. Okay, so we're just hearing from the Cullen right now. And we should be back. Here we go. It is next. I'm very interested to see what version of Tatum we're going to get. Izzi, Tatum. Let's go. Okay, 47 minutes, and it's been very easy to watch, hasn't it? Very easy. Daze, why is everyone so hateful on Punk for his closing statement to Roman? Roman saying you're irrelevant like your dad. It was Roman who crossed the line before Punk. Well, I mean, they're kind of two separate things, aren't they? So, you know, the build between Roman and Cody was, you know, a few years ago now. People are just looking at that line about a deceased father. I think it was a bit harder, wasn't it, than the line that Roman said as well. Saying you're irrelevant like your dad is one thing, but to actually reference, like, I'm going to bury you next to your deceased father. You could probably understand why people are down on that. Isn't the Cullen Sean's group? Why does it feel like he's a background character, says David. Well, to be honest with you, I think Sean's in a very interesting position because I believe he does a bit of coaching work. I don't believe he is someone that they are looking to ever call up. He is this guy that they've sort of brought back to do some mentoring. And so he is someone that I think knows what the expectations are, knows how to sort of carry yourself as an NXT superstar, can help kind of guide young talent. You know, they gave him Brooks Jensen, which didn't work. He obviously ended up leaving the Cullen, but they gave him Nico Vance. Nico hasn't really broken out yet, but he will. They gave him Izzi. He was kind of doing a bit of work with Tatum for a short time. So, to be honest with you, I wouldn't look at him so much as the leader of this group. I would look at him as being more a support, a mentor. I think that is his actual job. But also, I think that kind of shows itself in the show as well. You know, Izzi is quite happy to kind of take that lead. She's quite happy to say, you know, this is what I'm doing. It's time for you guys to do something now. And, you know, if anything, she's sort of emerged as the leader, hasn't she? So he might have put the group together, but I think he is just more in that sort of mentoring role, both in real life and in storyline. Right, we are just more video packages right now. Matthew said there's still a lot of empty seats at WrestleMania for both nights. Yes. What if Roman goes to Raw and says, my dad is not buried, he was incinerated? That would be amazing, says Millennial. Glockness said, multiple Tatums, like when Cena had multiple Cenas that he totally ripped off from Eminem when he had multiple Slims, says Glockness. Okay. We're still with this video package right now. When I beat Izzi Dame at Vengeance Day, that title won't just be mine, it will be ours. Oh, it's more excellent work from Sportskeeda. Wow. These guys are just on such a streak. Sportskeeda Wrestling. Lex Luger sends prayers. Legend is hospitalized. Lex says, hey everyone, I was just made aware of this. It's false news. I'm doing great. They are on such a run at the moment. Excellent work by Sportskeeda. Now that is journalism. That is seriously impressive journalism. I mean, I don't even understand what that comment means. Lex Luger sends prayers. What does that even mean? That means Lex Luger is sending prayers to what, himself? Lex Luger sends prayers? What, to who? To me? To you? To himself? What do you mean? I heard a rumor that the same people that run Sportskeeda are the same people in the WWE creative department. That is the rumor I heard. Well done, everyone. Well done, Matthew, yeah. Okay, so the version of Tatum that came out is... The version of Tatum that came out is pretty much the same as what we've seen. I don't know if we're going to see something during this match that's going to show us a different side. They've certainly been teasing something. Defcon said, Sportskeeda news, water is dry, sand is wet. That's facts. That is facts. We'll have to see if water or sand comment. Okay, Izzi in the ring, holding up that championship. Nico and Sean have come down with her. Boos for Izzi. One fall. Sportskeeda, a favourite steak is well done, said Smurfy Toons. Now we know where Road Dogg went, said Glockner. Very good. Okay, Izzi is listening out to the fans. Yeah, what, you don't like me? Get over it. Holds up that championship. And we are about to get underway with Izzi versus Tatum. Let's get rid of the poll so we don't get confused. Okay. 59. All-time 24. Good 16. Bad 1. Wow. Great 83. It's a very good score for that last match. Great 83. We've had great 66 and great 83. Now we've got Tatum launching herself at Izzi. Okay, she comes off. Big boot coming in there by Izzi. Again, Tatum jumps on the back. She's got a bit of a sleeper hold applied. Right now, we've got Tatum being driven back into the corner. Drives her over the other side as well. Kick coming in there by Tatum. Drop kick. Izzi goes down. Okay, so there on the outside, we've got Tatum coming out after her. She grabs Izzi. Forearm shot coming in. Big chop there by Tatum. Kick coming in by Tatum. Izzi going over by the commentary table. Off the ring steps goes Tatum. Fans are really behind Tatum in this. Double underhooks. No joy. Tatum goes back into the ring steps. Izzi grabbing Tatum. Tatum up on the shoulders. Bang, onto the edge of the ring. Down she goes. Izzi. Oh, kick coming in. Kick coming in there by Tatum. Izzi goes in the ring. Alex said, I want to see Tatum succeed so bad. I love her ring work. Glockner said, I don't care who wins. I just hope the match is good and entertaining. Tatum is making homage to Triple H with her new era being exactly like it was before, says Millennial. Yes, this is the new Tatum, the new era. You're absolutely right. At the moment, it's no different to the Tatum we've been seeing, but... Okay. Cemetery Drive, no joy. Against the ropes goes Tatum, goes up. Ooh, got it down. No. Okay, charging in. Lovely work there by Tatum. Roll up 2. No joy. Coming over. Bang. She collides into her. Down goes Tatum. So it's been all action so far. Fast-paced. Bang. Okay, both are down at the moment. Both are down. Shot coming in by Tatum. Shot coming back there by Izzi. Knee coming into the midsection. Over in the corner. Back elbow by Izzi. They're really making sure they operate at a good pace tonight. Tatum. Big boot coming in there by Izzi. Goes on. Another big boot. Tatum goes down. Fans are booing. I don't know that we're going to get split reactions on this. Against the ropes goes Izzi. Drop kick. David wants Izzi to get it, though. Okay, there's one Izzi fan. Alex said, I've got Izzi winning, but I don't want her to. Duran said, the only thing I don't like about Tatum is it feels like I'm cheering for my ex, who is also named Tatum. I could understand that. Oh, wow, we do have Jawlin chants. Let's go Tatum, Izzi sucks. Let's go Tatum, Izzi sucks. Let's go Tatum, Izzi sucks. Do you know, in the other matches we've had Jawlin chants where both wrestlers have been getting a bit of support. On this one, nana. Everyone is behind Tatum Paxley right now. Knee to the midsection. Roll up by Tatum. 1, 2. Kick out. Duck underneath. Round the back. Looking for a crucifix. Gets it. Tatum. Kick out by Izzi. Izzi is up. Looking for a clothesline. Tatum against the ropes. Nice knee coming into the midsection. Izzi dragging Tatum over to the corner. This is so much better than their last match. Do you remember that match they had a little while ago where they were faffing around and there was like dolls that were being involved and there was I'm sorry, you know, we should be friends, and they were trying to do all this like nonsense during the match, and I think it really hurt the match. This is so much better. So much better. Knee to the midsection. Tatum goes down. Izzi looking to put an abdominal stretch on. She has, and she does. Tatum is being stretched out right now. So, yeah, right now, abdominal stretch. She's got a handful of tights, and I don't know if that's making any difference, to be honest. Tatum, 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 Tatum getting out of it. Tatum reversing it. Tatum reverses. Now it's Tatum with the abdominal stretch, but hip toss. Izzi with Tatum over in the corner. Tatum comes down on Izzi. Get back up. Shot coming in there by Tatum. And again. Izzi over against the ropes, charging in. Down she goes. Down she goes again. Izzi in the corner. Tatum charges out. Oh, I do love it when she does that move. That crossbody and she sticks there. That's a great spot. Backbreaker. Backbreaker by Izzi. I've really enjoyed this match. I have really enjoyed this. It's been really good action. It's been some nice moves, nice reversals. It's just a solid Championship Wrestling match. Look at that, some walls. That is lovely. Izzy has got a submission on Tatum. I want Tatum to win, but I don't know, said Mark. Is Stand and Deliver at center stage again, said Alex. Stand and Deliver is, I think, the week before WrestleMania now at a different space. Kick coming in there by Tatum. Is it St. Louis that they're doing Stand and Deliver? I know it's not Vegas. And it's not WrestleMania weekend for the first time. Boston Crab by Tatum. Izzy trying to get to the ropes. She gets there. Izzy gets to the ropes. Kick coming in there by Izzy. Tatum goes to the outside. We've had an hour of Vengeance Day. To the outside. She grabs Tatum. She's got her on her shoulders. Tatum goes down. Izzy goes into that ring post. It's something like April 4th, I think, said Cooper. Thank you, Buds. Weird Flex said it's too bad they can't train someone to have personality. Otherwise, Seth Rollins would have been the GOAT. 2 great matches, and then we get to this match, said Sweet and Sassy. Tatum over against the ropes. Looking to charge in. Down goes Izzy. And again. Oh, lovely kick. That's a great kick. Into a German. Lovely work there by Tatum. Tatum is battling away. That Women's North American Championship on the line. This is our first championship match of the night. Oh, I love it when she does that. That Enziguri kick on the outsides. It's so good. One, Tatum. Kick out. Crowd are on fire with this, said Shining Wizards. Absolutely. I mean, Tatum enjoys such support. People absolutely love her. So the fans are very much with Tatum right now. Tatum going over to the corner. Going to the outsides. Keeping an eye on Sean Spears and Nico. I'm not sure they'll get involved. But they are being a bit of a distraction. Tatum is perched. Took a little bit of time for her to get up there. Izzy Dame comes over. Throws in a big shot. And right now she's going to go for a superplex. Superplex. Incoming. Shot coming in. Forearm shot coming in. Down goes Izzy. Okay, Tatum is up. Oh, couldn't stick the landing. Izzy, big boot. Tatum goes down. 1, 2. Kick out by Tatum. Kick out by Tatum. Jeez Louise. Trini, hello. Hope you're doing well. Nico's like, that was a 3. Tatum, 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 Tatum. Tatum fans in fine voice. Okay, right now we have got Tatum and Izzy on their knees, exchanging forearms. They both get up to their feet. Phantom, shout out to you, my friends. Phantom firing in some gifted memberships. Appreciate that, buds. We are changing our members side, not next week, but likely the week after. Shots coming in there by both women. Shots coming in back and forth. Thank you, Phantom. Oh, Izzy going right into Tatum's knee. Against the ropes. Big boot there by Tatum. Izzy against the ropes. Oh, drives her down. Okay, she should stick the landing this time. This splash. She's going up. 450. This could be it. 1, 2. Oh, kick out. I don't think she got all that 450. Legs seemed to land first, and then she seemed to, like, collapse onto Izzi, so it wasn't the best looking 450. But it's resulted in a 2. This match continuing. The fans were hoping that was going to be it. Going up, over to the outsides. Okay, Tatum is on that middle rope. Okay, right now she's picking her up. She lands. Oh, I thought she was going to land on her feet, but she didn't. Izzi 1, 2. No, it didn't feel like that was going to be it. Didn't feel like that was going to be the finish. I do wonder if we have just maybe gone on maybe a little bit longer than we needed to. I don't know. It's been so fast-paced. I feel like if we're going to get to the finish, we should be there. This could be it. Izzi was just screaming at Sean, like, give me something. Tatum grabbing the hair of Izzi. Are we getting to the final stages of this one? Kick coming in there by Tatum. Izzi on the outside. Tatum going over against the ropes, charging in. Over the top into a powerbomb. To the outsides. So Izzi is powerbombed to the outside there by Tatum. Fans are chanting, holy shit. Referee starts counting. Title can't change hands on a count out. So Tatum's got a big problem here. If I'm Izzi, I'm just staying down. Stay down. Stay down. Just be a dead weight. Make yourself as heavy as possible. Oh, well, you did a rubbish job at that because she just got thrown back in. Now Sean is stepping up to Tatum. We're up to 9. Tatum almost got counted out. Ugh. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Tatum. I'm glad that wasn't the finish. I'm glad that wasn't the finish. I'm glad that was not the way they end. That would have been a real downer of an ending, wouldn't it? Okay, fans are chanting away. Izzi going for a gut wrench. Nice reversal there by Tatum. 2. Kick out by Izzi. Spears on the edge of the ring. Oh, Izzi rolled up. Tatum 1, 2. Kick out by Izzi. Izzi double knees. Tatum flips over. Lands on her feet. Oh, that's sick. That was sick. That looks so good. Cemetery drive. That's going to do it. 1, 2. Mate. The Performance Center just went bananas. Absolutely bananas. And deservedly so. Is there anyone more loved than Tatum Paxley right now? I mean, honestly. This crowd was red hot for her. And it erupted when she got that victory. Wow. I'm so pleased. You deserve it. You deserve it. Yeah, there was just a little moment. I really liked the match. There was just a little moment. I was like, oh, are they just taking this a bit too long? But then they did that spot with Tatum almost getting counted out, getting caught, teasing that was going to be a real mid-ending. They didn't. It carried on. There's some good stuff in there. Like a doll come to life. Like a doll that's come to life. Tatum is in the crowds, holding up that championship. Tatum takes that title away from Izzi Dame. Israel said, SmackDown Raw, take notes. This is what happens when you have a good heel babyface story. Oh my God. Israel's. You are so right. I love that comment. You are absolutely bang on, buds. Right, underground matches coming up. That was a nice finish, says Weird Flex. Lovely, 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 says Alex. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Dark State have been a dark cloud hanging over NXT. Okay, so it looks like Dark State have got an OTM problem. It's stand and deliver season. Yesterday's price is not today's price. Okay. Can we see Dark State on the main roster? Not yet. I don't think it's right. I don't think they could get there eventually, but I don't think it's right now. Everyone can't beat Roman. I'm tired of it, said the one. I already see them trying to make him. Really good reflection by OTM on inflation. Well, they've always been very good with their financial advice and their financial awareness, so I actually get a lot of my financial advice from OTM. Dun, 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 dun. Right, we've only got 2 matches left. In the ring, we've got Robert Stone. What's this going to be? Right now. All right, we're bringing out JC. We're bringing out JC. Booker says stand up, but he's not standing. I can see him. I don't even know what this is. The rock star baby JCJ. Ah, yeah. Sweetness, weakness. Yeah, they've moved. That's true. They've moved Lainey Reed around, which is much better. It's where she should have been in the first place. Rather than her being at the back, they've moved her to the side. Guys, this is massive news. They have tweaked the entrance, and it's a little bit better. I'm buying it. Whatever they're selling, I'm buying it. Okay, so she said she's going to walk in as NXT Women's Champion. Who are we going to bring out, though, that's going to make this like, oh my god, OMG? Like, why are we doing this now and not at... We've got to bring someone out, haven't we? Or Fallon's going to turn, or something's got to happen here. JC said at this point she's probably been through every up and down imaginable. Oh, that was a good line. Stone, you can probably relate to this. You're with someone one day and then they're gone. Ava. Where's this going, do we think? Where's this going? I think there'll be a JC call at post-Mania. JC said she should be the main event. Fallon and Laney have got microphones. Preach. Imagine if it's Britt Baker. I think she's still with AEW. Yeah, Robert Stoner's interrupted. Someone needed to. Okay, Zaria's coming out. Oh, it's probably going to be that triple threat, isn't it? They've teased it about Zarya and Soul and... See, I want Soul and Zarya to just go and have a match and do a thing, and then have JC face someone else, but they all seem to be in each other's orbit at the moment. Zarya says you're just delusional. We'll go after Soul then. Her shirt says Soul's X. Is that your identity? Your identity is your Soul's X. You've got no one to blame but yourself, Fallon says to Zarya. I think it should be the triple threat for the title at this point, says MM Warrior. God, we don't hear her talk much, do we? The only problem is she's got a thick accent, hasn't she? None of you know what... okay, blow me now. There was a bit of a pause there, wasn't there? As it felt like everyone was waiting for the music to interrupt. Here comes Soul. They've mentioned some things about JC a few times, said Rare Breeds. She was supposed to be a monster, said Jennifer. That was a long pause. I know how to break your heart. A week? Okay, we've done the triple threat. I agree with JC. JC's going, why? Why have I got to defend a triple threat? What have I done to deserve that? Okay, Zarya is going after Fatal Influence. Shot coming in there by Zarya. I suppose this is just a way of getting him onto this show, isn't it, really? Soul Snatcher. What kind of question is that from Soul, said Weird Flex. Triple threat match, said Wrestling Fan. I would rather another year of this than a year of Cody. Oh, it's just awful. This whole Soul Zarya stuff, I'm so over it. Even now they've split, it's annoying. Okay, we've got a sit-down interview with Kelani. Interesting that the triple threat's not at Stand and Deliver, said Alex Bliss Gamer. March 17th, apparently. So, a week on Tuesday. They could have done the triple threat here rather than a segment announcing it, says Robbie. Legendary Larry said, same Soul Zarya should have ended months ago. Dynasty said, they were never romantic. It's a weird shirt. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the shirt. I think you've got Zarya, who should be focused on now her being the monster. I don't think she needs a shirt that says, hey, I'm Soul's ex. That's your identity. That's what you want to wear a shirt saying that you're someone's ex. It's weird. What? I don't know. Whatever. Flipping hate all of it. Okay, we're going to the NXT Underground match now. Lola versus Kelani. This is an unpopular opinion, said Rated Zombie. Let's go. We welcome those. I don't like Kelani. I don't like her promos or her in-ring work, says Radiated Zombie. I can vibe with that. Okay, so we just got a sit-down interview with Kelani as we're just digging into the history of her feud with Lola. Sol can go up. She doesn't do a character. She's just Sol Ruka, says William. Serene said, I was thinking Sol Zarya split was for Zarya to win the title from JC. Is that the Roadblock show? I think it's the Roadblock show. It's just a normal episode. Well, it's like they're making it a special. I wonder why. I wonder why we need the show a week on Tuesday to be a special. I wonder what it is that it's going up against. Okay. Sweet Sassy said, I would be super surprised if Sol does go up, but I swear I read from someone that there's going to be a change of character. That's true. Yeah, that was mentioned. Don't know if that change is coming on NXT or if she's going to go up and then they're going to tweak it and change it. Okay, let's end the poll for that last match so we don't get confused, because we should have the Underground match very soon. Yeah, really well received. That is our highest rated match of the night, Izzi and Tatum. Great 89 for that last one. Only 2% said it was bad. Only 9% said it was good. Everyone else was great or all time. Okay. Now we've got Charlie Dempsey backstage. He's turning down Birthright. I kind of like that from Lexis. Lexis just said it's just a side quest for some of these people at the Performance Center. But that's not true for us. This is our birthright. We were born into this. Giving Charlie Dempsey something to really think about. Tavian's like, how about we just do one more? One more NQCC, one night only revival. So it looks like they're going to be joining forces. Okay, here we go. So the reason why there's such a gap is because we're getting the ring ready for the NXT Underground match. So the ropes are being removed. Superstars are coming out. They'll be around the ring. Lola Vice, Kelani Jordan, the Underground match. I think we've only got one more match after this, which is going to be the NXT Championship match. I am all for Special Olympics, but this downhill skiing event is dumb, says William. William doing some multitasking. Ariana is looking great, said the Beach Kevin. She looks like she's toned up a bit. I heard David Finlay was supposed to lead this Birthright group, said Typical Summers. Well, it'd be a bit... I mean, it feels like a natural fit for him, so I don't disagree, but... I do wonder why you would start a story if you haven't secured the talent that you want for it, you know? So, I don't know. I don't know if it's all hinging on David Finlay coming in and joining. I mean, I think this is a pretty big group anyway. I mean, there's 4 of them, 3 guys and a girl. It would be 5 if they had Charlie Dempsey, or 5 if they had David Finlay. So I think you're right. I think he absolutely could have gone into that group, but I don't know that it has to live or die by that. Tavion was the one who wanted out, and now he wants to get back with Charlie. I think it's just a one-night thing, though, isn't it? Tribalist said he went to AEW. He did. I take back what I said at the start of the show. It no longer feels like an episode of NXT, despite it being at the Performance Center, says David. It's been very good. Very enjoyable. 3 matches, all of them great. So we just got the video package. I feel like WWE don't have interest in 80% of the talent that they're linked on social media. I think it's an AEW media tactic to make debuts more surprising. Okay. This is better than Elimination Chamber, said Rare Breeds. Sportskeeda, former world champion, spotted with Tony Khan. AEW debut imminent. Oh yeah, that's a big part of this story, isn't it? She's got an injury. Is that going to show itself in this match? Is that going to be... Is that going to be how Lola loses? She's undefeated in the underground. Okay, underground match coming up. I'm a bit worried about this. I don't know if our streak is going to continue, but I'm sure that they have looked at it, booked it, produced it, got something good lined up. Certainly the wrestlers around the ring banging away, making some noise. We've got a nice projection, actually. Look at that. Bloody now, it's just nice to see a ring that doesn't have sponsorships all over it. Might get 10 out of 10 from me just for that alone. Okay. Here's Kelani. Kalani's in the ring. I think he only signed this week, says Alex. Is Shayna a coach now? I believe she is doing some little bit of coaching, little bit of producing. Here is Lola. I don't know if that's a permanent deal, though, for her. I think that she's just got some good relationships and they bring her in. I don't know if she is actually signed to that. Lola making her way down. Shayna explains her guest coaching role in NXT. That was in December. So And I know she has mentioned about helping out with some producing as well. So I don't know that she is permanently signed. But they like her. They like her a lot. She keeps popping up. Okay, Bella Sound, it's... everyone said Ospreay was going to AEW and that was going to be a game changer, and I'm still waiting for the change, said Trini. They said the same when they signed Okada and every other person that they've had the past few years, and zero have succeeded. Okay, both women get in there. The one thing says like and the other says Lani. It says like Lani on her gloves. Lola. Okay, these two are face to face and this thing's about to get underway. Match number 4. I think I see Carly Bright out. Is that its goal? I can see its goal. Its goal's got his glasses on and he's at ringside. It's goal. Okay, we are underway. Kelani throwing is down. Lola is on top. It's dark. It's really dark. Is it normally this dark for NXT Underground? Okay, she's on top of her right now. Has anyone got a torch? Has anyone got... Can I... Okay, Lola is down at the moment. Kelani is over in the corner. Both women are back up on their feet right now. She goes out. I think someone's just turned the light up a touch there. That just got a touch brighter. That just got a little brighter there momentarily. Yeah, that's brighter. That's brighter. Someone's actually had a look at this and gone, oh, should we put the lights on? Okay, right now we've got... Dante Chen is at ringside as well. That Zayna Sterling is there. We got Riggins. We got a lot of Evolve talent actually around the ringside area. Kick coming in there by Lola. Kick by Lola. Kelani is going on those ring steps. Okay, kick coming in. Shots coming in there by Kelani. So Kelani has found a way of getting back in control. Suplex there by Kelani. Kelani throwing in a kick there to Lola. She's going to look to stomp down on the arm again, and she does. So Kelani going after the hand of Lola. That was always going to be a target, of course. Kelani grabbing Lola. Next to its goal is a couple of recent signings, said Millennial, from the Indies. Tristan Angels and Romeo Marino. Don't know. Interesting. Thank you. Yeah, I must have. I didn't recognise them. Kelani driving her knees down into the arm of Lola. It's all Kelani at the moment. Kick coming in there by Kelani. Vicky is expecting blood. She's got gloves on. Oof. All right. I do tend to pop them on when we've got blood, but I certainly can't see any bloods. Yeah, it's a good observation. Okay, banging away on the edge of the ring. I can see Hank and Tanker out there. A lot of these people out there are Evolve talent or PC talent. There's not too many, like, actual NXT talent. But Hank and Tank have gone, yeah, we'll go out. Seems like a laugh. Is that Brooks Jensen? Brooks Jensen's out there. Lola's getting smashed into the ring post. Her hand getting smashed into the ring post. Look how dark that is. You couldn't even see that guy in the crowd. Shot coming in there by Kelani. She's got "like Lani" written on her ring gear as well. It's on her gloves, but it's also on the back of her ring gear. Kelani going off that ring post. She's trying to get back in the ring. Lola down on her knees at the moment. Well, it's different. It's different. I think it's hard, isn't it? This being on the same show as a street fight and all that chaos that we saw backstage with the car and doors being broken, walls being broken, windscreens being broken. Lola. There's a lovely energy, though, from the crowd and from the wrestlers. Like, they're really adding to this. Kick coming in there by Lola. It's not bad. Kick coming in, Lola. Big, oh, that was a nice spot. Big boot there by Lola. Kelani goes flying to the outsides. This has sucked a bit of the energy out, said Epo. Lola comes crashing down on someone. I didn't see who it was. Oh no, she just marks its goal. Oh my God, heel turn. Heel turn by Lola Vice. Sign in the crowd said, "No fear, Lola Vice." Apparently that's Lola's mom and dad's. Lola's mom and dad are there. Look at the dad going crazy. He's taking his jacket. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You'll do nothing. Sit down, old man. You'll do nothing. Yeah? Taking his jacket off. What are you going to do? What, you're going to have to get Kelani, are you? Sit down, old man. Blimey now. Kelani lands on his feet. Back elbow there by Lola. Lola throwing in some shots. Lola knocks out Kelani, and I think it's good that that is kept so short, you know. I think that was all right. It's another win for Lola. Lola picks up another victory in the NXT Underground. And do you know what? I think they saw the dad getting a little bit spicy, and they were like, let's wrap this up. Let's wrap this up. We don't want that boomer getting hurt. Send it home. Send it home. There's a boomer about to overstep the mark here. There's a boomer that doesn't know his role. Know your role. Shut your mouth. Send it home. Send it home. Boomer alert. Boomer alert. Kelani knocked out. TKO. Hammer fist put her to sleep. Okay, Lola goes over, celebrates with her family. Get your thoughts in. I hope her hand is okay, said MM Warrior. Wrestling fan said, I think that was too quick. Sweet and Sassy thinks it was a little too quick as well. Is her dad okay, said Millennial. Yeah, he's just got high blood pressure. Other than that, he's fine. Her dad was ready to jump that barricade, said Alex. He was? I mean, now. Okay, we've got a video package for Joe Hendry, and this is probably going to be quite a long video package. It's probably going to take quite a bit of time because of the fact that we've got to put all the ring ropes back on. We've got to rebuild the ring. It's a good video package, this. Why was you get involved is old, said Dean. He is old. Some old people don't realise when they're old, though. That's the problem. Tito Santana is her dad, said Weird Fleck. Tito Santana. Hariba! I guess her mom can't fight, said Glockness. Well, I think her mother carried herself with dignity. I wish I could say the same for her father. Right. How long does it take to put the ring ropes back on? Not loads of time. They'll have they'll have enough people there where they're all working on a different corner and they're going to try and get it done as quick as possible. So it's not like we're going to be sat here for half an hour. They'll have plenty of people on it. Right. Main event. One more match to go. Get your thoughts in for that co-main event, though. Be good to see what people thought. Was you impressed? It's been a really fun show, hasn't it? I mean, you got to give him credit. It's been a really fun show. I think every match has delivered. Looking at the early numbers, it seems like that last match might be another great match. How long do we think the main event will be? I think it'll get some time. I think there's big opportunity to have some outside interference from Ethan, of course. But yeah, I'd imagine this is going to get some time. I wouldn't be shocked if with entrances and everything, we're starting in about 8 minutes time, maybe 10 minutes, 20 minutes. I reckon we could be done in about half an hour. That would be my guesstimate. Mayor Pete, shout out to you. Larry said, it don't matter to the dads. They're always daddy's little girl. You gotta protect them regardless, says Larry. I saw 14-year-old Brody Lee Jr. is going to make his in-ring debut against Joey Janela at Spring Break, says Robbie. Daze is British. Even his beep stands up for the Queen. That's true. Legally, it has to, William. That's true. Even now, if I see a picture of her, it would be illegal if that did not happen. NXT Stand and Deliver. Word Live Cena fan said the only meet and greets world that are left are Stone Cold, Adam Pearce, Kane, Matt Cardona, Nick Aldis, Road Dogg, RVD, Trish, X-Pac. Everyone else sold out. I'd imagine the only reason Stone Cold's not sold out is because it's expensive. Okay, JC is upset at the triple threat. I think she's right to be upset. No, no, no. You're gonna figure this out. Okay, so Lainey is going to be facing Soul on Tuesday, and the goal is to try and eliminate her. So, yeah, she wasn't happy about the fact she's got to defend in a triple threat, but Lainey is going to try and deal with the Soul problem. I can't imagine that's going to go well, but... So, we've just done the Joe Hendry video package. Now we've moved into... a JC Jane little backstage segment. Now we're previewing what we're going to get on Tuesday. All the while, they'll be putting those ring ropes back on. Jasper Troy, Sean Legacy, Eli Knight. Thea Hale is in action against Ren. We've got Tavian and Charlie taking on Lexis King and Uriah Connors. Laney and Soul should be on Tuesday as well, as we just heard. Right. There's no way I am convinced the chat has an agenda. There's no way that last match was great. You're just handing them out tonight. But it has been a fire show. Triple threat should be good, said Wrestling Fan. John said, I believe in Danhausen. Robbie said, I heard Andrew's been removed from the line of succession. Well, he should be. I mean, not that it matters. He's about 8th in line. There'd have to be one hell of a disaster for him to take the throne. But you might as well just remove him. I don't think there's anyone in this country that's campaigning to keep him, apart from him and maybe his daughters. Okay, we've got another video package. We're just looking at how Joe Hendry became champ. Word Life Cena fan said, JC should be thrilled about a triple threat. It's a no DQ. Therefore, Fatal Influence can get involved, said Word Life Cena fan. Millennial said, I need Ethan and Ricky to smooch inside that squared circle. All we need is love. The one said, when did Ricky return? When did Ricky return? What do you mean? Cleveland Brown said they have Prince Harry back before Andrew. There was a pretty fun joke. I think it was on Saturday Night Live, which was there's only one royal that would be worse than Andrew and that taking the throne, and that would be Meghan. And that was pretty funny. Things have got so bad for Andrew. There's only one royal now that would be worse to take the throne, and that would be Meghan. It's that bad. It is that bad. Brian, shout out to you. Daisy, you part Italian? Don't believe so. I've never done one of those history things, but I don't believe so. Mr. Dal Jr. said there was an account on X that says they're using bots to dislike the Cody win. There's 100,000 dislikes. Their accounts are now deactivated. Thoughts? I don't know. I mean, the only thing I can say is I was expecting to wake up to a lot of dislikes and a lot of noise. And I woke up to a lot of dislikes and a lot of noise. Whether those dislikes have been inflated because someone's been running some bots, I don't know. It doesn't change anything we said. I certainly don't think that all the dislikes are bots. I mean, you've only got to look at the division within the community. You've only got to look at the differing opinions that we have in the chat, right? And you've only got to look at the amount of people. I know there are bots, but I certainly am not subscribing to the notion that everyone that was kind of against Cody winning was a bot. And equally, I fully expected to wake up to dislikes, and I did. So there could have been bots. I don't think it really changes anything. Maybe it just added a few more. But I still would have expected there to have been a sizable amount. Right. Video package. and we should be done. It should be the main event coming up very, very soon. Been a very good show. Better than the Chamber, said JMB. Okay, time for the intro. Dude, I said I reckon we'll get entrances in about 8 minutes. It's been exactly 8 minutes, and now we're getting entrances. I'm basically producing this show. Here's Ricky. Bum, 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 bum. Ricky making his way down. The one said, I haven't paid attention to NXT in almost a year. I thought he was still Starks in AEW. I forgot that he had left and come back, says the one. He's been in NXT for quite a while now. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, Ricky has made his way down. We need to end the poll. It is our main event. Ricky versus Joe Hendry. Okay, let's end the poll. Da-da-da-da-da-da-dun. It's very, very close, you know. That was very close. 45% said it was great. 44% said it was good. That is really close. People were torn. It's the lowest rated match of the night. It does still get a great rating, though. Okay, Joe, Ricky, this is our main event. He's going to start singing it. There he is. Time to say that believe in Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry. Hey, what's that to say? I believe in Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry. And Joe Hendry. Ha ha ha. If this is what Booker is like, if that's what Booker is like, then when he's sober, what the hell is he like when he's had a drink? Daze, the oldest living person in the UK and in the world, currently lives in England. Really? I didn't know that. She was 116, born in 1909. King Charles recently visited her. I have no idea. Did not know that. The oldest person in the world is in England. $116. Oh yeah, she lives in Surrey. She became the record holder in April 2025. Wow. The oldest person ever, I've never thought about that. Oldest person ever was a French woman that was 122. I've never thought about that. Why have I never thought about who the oldest person ever to live was? I have never thought about that. I've always been like, oh, who's the oldest person in the world now? But I've never thought who's got to the oldest age ever. Apparently the record is 122 in 164 days. I'm going to break it. I've just got 101 years to go. Kicks coming in there by Ricky, and we are underway. Typical Summers, loving Booker singing Hendry's theme. You think Booker's sober, said Luke. Wow, I do have some questions about that, to be honest. Okay, forearm shot coming in there by Ricky. If you was given both offers, would you be the general manager of NXT or GM of Dynamite? NXT, of course. Chop coming in there by Ricky. Kick coming in by Ricky. Ricky Saints is truly Mr. Debonair, says Booker. Okay. Over against ropes, reverse. Ricky goes over. Shoulder tackle, down goes Ricky. Ricky going in the corner. Chop coming in there by Hendry. And again, Joe throwing in some chops, and he's throwing Ricky across the ring. Joe coming over, grabbing Ricky, throws in a chop. And again, he's chopping away on Ricky. Kicks coming in there by Joe. Ricky goes down. Joe coming in, grabbing Ricky. He's going to look to throw him. He is getting tossed around. Robbie said Danhausen is 130 years old. He invented the GTS and Punk owes him human monies every time Punk uses that move. Suplex. Ricky on the feet. Grabs Joe, reversed. Ricky goes through the ropes. Joe comes over, throws in a big shot. Looking for a suplex. He's got him up. Boom. Drops him down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. King Callum said, I think Hendry's going to win. Big Time said, I just checked country's average life expectancy. 65 is about the lowest. China, Japan is in the 80s, which is the highest. It's not great, is it? I'd like to get to 100. I don't believe I will, but I'd like to get there. I'm not doing anything to help me get there. I hear exercise is useful. Shot coming in there by Ricky. Well, I'll test it out. I'll let you know. Can you live a life of no exercise and still make it to 100? I'll get you the answer to that. Kick coming in there by Joe. Reverse swinging net breaker there by Joe. Joe's winning, says the one. Alex said, I might just be starting drinking once this is over now that you mention it. Well, gotta live life. Enjoy it to the max. Okay, Ricky is taking a bit of a walk. Yeah, I'm glad that Joe did that. I never understand why people don't knock him off that rope or... I mean, if you're, a bit dazed or whatever, I can sort of get it. But Joe still seemed to have plenty about him. Right to the throat. Into the ring steps goes Ricky. Joe stood tall on Tuesday, said Joel. Jennifer said, I'm going to get a strip steak, sweet potato with spinach dip. Ooh. Cheeky. In the ring, Ricky, 1, 2. Kick out there by Joe. You'll be the first YouTuber to do watch-alongs for the new era at 100. There will be a new era. If Triple H is still in charge, yes. We will be getting a new era. Shot coming in there by Ricky. Joe goes down. Net breaker again there by Ricky. Against the ropes goes Ricky. Kick coming in. Joe goes down. Ricky in for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. Oh, wow. There are Let's Go Ricky chants. I'm shocked at that. I thought everyone was with Joe. I thought Joe had unanimous support like Tatum did. Let's go, Hendry. Let's go, Ricky. Ricky up to his feet. Shots coming in there by Joe. Headbutt there by Joe. Joe going over against the ropes. Down goes Joe. Days when you drink alcohol or eat sweets, do you ever say, I'm so bad, I really shouldn't, and then you take a small sip or bite? No. To be honest, I don't drink much. If ever I'm drinking, it tends to be some, on a night out or something like that. So I certainly don't worry about having a drink if ever I am having a drink, because I don't drink much. So I have no problem allowing myself to have a drink when I do. I do like some Haribo. But again, it's upstairs. I'm not sat here eating it all the time. So I think it's all fine, isn't it? In moderation. That's the thing, though. Moderation. I'll tell you the one I do say it with. Ice cream. Ben & Jerry's are sneaky. The size of their pots and the way the ice cream is structured means you can't help but eat a whole pot. Because if you actually eat it out the pot, the top part could be one flavour, and then you get to the next bit, and the next bit might be a different flavour, and the next bit might have some bits in. So you're eating the top bit, lovely, lovely. Then you get to the next bit, and it's got bits in. You're like, oh, that's like... Before you know it, there's like a little bit that's left, and then you're like, I can't leave that. It's not really enough there for someone to come back to. I might as well just finish it. That's how they get you. I swear, man. It's designed that way so that if you do eat it from the pot, you finish the pot, and then you need to buy more. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It's a marketing thing, I'm telling you. So I do think with that, whenever I start eating Ben & Jerry's and I find that I just finished the pot, I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. But I blame them. I blame them. In the corner goes Joe. Over in the corner goes Ricky. Charges in. Bang! Drop kick. Into Joe. Looking for the cover. Epstein said, I remember watching WrestleMania 30 in a pub. They were serving wrestling-themed cocktails and I got wasted. And I remember the shock of the Undertaker loss, says Epstein. Epstein lol. Right now we got Ricky in control. Here we go, looking to pick up Joe. Looking for a fall away slam. The flavour doesn't change an inch into the pot. It does. I've done it. I've ate it. I can tell you that the banoffee one does. Bang, big spear. In fact, I can tell you the 3 or 4 flavours that we have all do it. Joe knocking down Ricky. Another shot coming in there by Joe. Down goes Ricky. Another big clothesline. Ricky against the ropes. Picks him up. Is he gonna turn around with him, is he? Fall away. Fall away. Kip up. Turn around. There she is. There she is. What's your favourite Ben & Jerry's? I do love the banoffee one. It's banana flavoured ice cream, and it's got some lovely little bits of chocolate that's in there. I like the... I don't mind like a cookie dough one as well. There's so many flavours, isn't there? To be honest, I tend to just prioritise the ones that are like on sale because I think they're about £6 now. It's mental how expensive they are. So I tend to get the ones that are like £3.75. That's how much they are when they're on sale. I had a big delivery of them actually. I really do like Ben & Jerry's ice cream. It's I don't really go in for chocolate, but I'll go in for a bit of Haribo and I'll go in for Ben & Jerry's. So I ordered, I had about 16 or so tubs arrive. I just put them in the freezer and I was just like having one every 4 or 5 days or whatever. A lot of them were banoffee because they were on offer, but I do love that flavour. I'm not down on a fish foods. Oof. Down goes Joe. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Hendry's selling is awful, said Shining Wizards. Okay, crossface is in by Ricky. Fans are into this. Applauding away. Going through. This show has felt a little bit like a takeover of old, really, where, you know, every match has sort of delivered. Now we get to this championship match, and the NXT Championship's on the line. Joe is fading. Ricky has got this. Are we doing the arm thing? Yeah, we are. We're doing the arm thing, the arm drop. Hendry is battling his way back up to his feet. Right now, big, look at that, lovely work, lovely suplex. Joe Hendry battling his way back into it. The crowd are chanting, "We believe." Going over, big boot coming in there by Ricky. Ricky picking up Joe. Joe lands on his feet. On his feet again. He goes down. Okay, Joe's got Ricky up. It's an AA by Joe, and it's a kick out by Ricky. On we go. Ben & Jerry's is about $5 to $9 in Canada, depending where you buy it. I don't know how that relates to pounds, but I'd imagine it's probably about the same-ish. £6. It's probably about $9 US, something like that, $8, $9 US. But then when it's on sale, it goes down to about $5, $6. It's expensive, though, isn't it? It's probably fair. I mean, they are great. 1, 2, shoulder up. This is getting a bit boring, said Sweet and Sassy. Well, to be honest, the other matches, other than Izzi and Tatum, have all had, like, some sort of gimmick to them. Izzi and Tatum was just a really great wrestling match. I think it is my favourite match of the night, the Izzi Tatum one, actually. This one is fine. It's for the NXT Championship. Roll through. I don't know if too many people are giving Ricky a chance of winning. That might be hurting this a little bit. That was nice. Nice DDT there by Ricky. 2. Shoulder up by Joe. Shoulder up by Joe. Okay, Ethan has made his way out. Ethan has come out. He's having a look at that NXT Championship. I mean, I feel like the betrayal is coming. I mean, it's a heel betraying a heel, so. Ethan is looking at that championship. From behind, it's a roll-up by Joe. Kick out by Ricky. Ricky against the ropes, over the other side. Spear there by Ricky. Give me the belt. He throws the belt in. I mean, the referee's in the ring, though, so it's not like the referee is down. Yeah, and the ref's like, no, you can't use it. Well, if Joe uses it, he gets DQ'd, he'd still keep it. Low blow by Ricky. Oh, well, this is interesting. Ricky, DDT, Joe is down. 1, 2, kick out by Joe. Kick out by Joe. Okay, this just got interesting. This just got interesting. I really thought Ethan was just going to crack Ricky with it. Joe would roll him up, get the win. But we've been a bit more creative than that, and I am here to applaud that. Shots coming in there by Ricky. Referee just pulling Ricky back. Joe with Ricky. Ricky going nearly into the referee. Ricky reversing. Okay, that's twice that the referee... Oh, low blow by Joe. Low blow by Joe. The crowd aren't bothered by it. Ricky is planted. 1, 2, 3. Joe Hendry wins. Thanks to a low blow that the referee didn't see. I mean... Ricky was trying to screw Joe Hendry. There was a low blow that was in there from Ricky. Turnaround is fair play. Hendry. No Hendry. Turnaround is very much fair play. Okay, Ricky's having a word with Ethan. Right, Joe is about to go heel, said Sweet and Sassy. Not sure. I think, like, Ricky, you know, this is the kind of stuff that fans are all right with. Like, the babyface doesn't have to be, like, the good guy, absolutely squeaky perfect all the time. Ricky has tried to screw over Joe, so, okay, if you want to play that game, I can play that game as well. Low blow by Joe. That's what gets it done. But it's only after Ricky had done it first. It's quite a fun little end to that, actually. I'm just seeing, like, the crowd's reaction to it. Match itself was all right. Wasn't down on it. It's fine. It's all right. I believe in Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry. Okay, Ricky is being led away by Ethan. Joe is celebrating. Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry. Right, when Cody gives heel a taste of their own medicine, the fans lose their freaking minds. When Cody gives heel a taste of their own medicine, the fans lose their freaking minds. Okay, there we go. End of the show. There was no new, like, debuts or anything. I didn't really expect one, but you do wonder if there might be something. The IWC is trending. That's interesting. It's not often you see the IWC trending. I'm guessing this is all Cody related. Yeah, it's all Cody related. Is it just anything in particular, or? Oh yeah, there was the Alicia Taylor thing as well. So I think there's just been quite a few big IWC talking points. So I just clicked on it to see if it was anything in particular, but it's the dislikes for Cody. It's the rumor that someone has had a bot that's kind of increased those dislikes. And it's Alicia Taylor. Did you see this comment, by the way, from Alicia Taylor? I'll just quickly read it. So it said, I guess this needs to be said because it's happening more frequently, and I find it insane and creepy AF. First of all, I appreciate fans and messages of support. If you are a fan and I respond to you, this does not mean that we are now BFFs. I do not want daily voice messages from you. We are not going to be hanging out. No, you cannot take me to dinner when I am in town. No, we are not going to be going to concerts together. And no, I will not respond to every message that you send, right? It's effing weird behavior. And someone there going, there's some weirdos in the IWC, man. Some weirdos. But I mean, we always knew that. That's not breaking news. I think we knew that kind of stuff was going on, to be honest with you. I'm surprised there's not more kind of messages like that from wrestlers and speaking out about it. So yes, anyway, that's why the IWC was trending. Right, Daze, that was a big improvement for NXT. I'm going to give it a 4, said Tony K. Daze, you respond to me on a live stream, and now are we BFFs? It's weird, isn't it? It's weird. I think there are a lot of people that, they've kind of use social media maybe as a bit of an escape. And if they get a bit of attention from a wrestler, like a like or a follow or a comment back, like it gets blown out of proportion. I've seen that actually quite a bit where, people will get a comment from someone and they are of the belief now that they're great friends. I've had people saying to me like, I can get you an interview with someone. I'm really good friends with them. And I've never pursued it, but you kind of look at like some of the comments and like they've spoke to them once or they've had a comment from them once, and in their mind they're like good friends now. It's like there is some weird stuff that goes on social media, man. The only thing that I like was Tatum winning, said Billy. Oh, okay. Mayor Pete said there are a lot of parasocial relationships in the IWC. It's nuts. Chris said, things like that just make me feel like I shouldn't be a wrestling fan so much. No, it happens everywhere. It'd be in everything. I mean, I'm sure there's, sports stars and sports teams that have to deal with this kind of stuff, So it's, it's a widespread sort of... It's always been there. It's not anything new. I mean, you've got all those people. I mean, I'm guessing you do. I have people in my DMs going, hey, thanks for being a fan. From Alexa Bliss. It's clearly not Alexa Bliss. Like, kind of weird ass behavior is that? There is a lot of strange stuff that goes on social media. It's very strange. As I said, if anything, I'm surprised it doesn't get shouted out more. Word Life Cena fan said, days since Punk mentioned burying Roman, could WWE make it a buried alive match? I don't think so. I don't think they'll want to go down that road. I think some people saw it as a very tasteless comment, so I think leaning into it is probably not the right direction. Shaquem said, yeah, that's not only wrestling, it is everywhere. King Yeti said, no, I don't want your number. No, I don't want to give you mine. And no, I don't want to meet you nowhere. I don't want none of your time. Yes, I don't want no scrubs. Scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Riding on the passenger side of his best friend ride. Let's go. Let's go, King Yeti. Respects. Proving that this has been an issue for decades. Even before social media, this was a problem. Big Time said, Daze, do you remember the dude that got catfished by that Seth Rollins account and the money was stolen? Yeah. Yep. Bads. Alexa's had issues like that as well, where people have been made to give money and, you know, items over thinking it was her and it wasn't her. Trini said, I get weird DMs all the time. Yeah, but that is William, Trini. That is William. I think we all get weird messages from William, so, you know. Glockness said, I sent the real Roman a DM asking him what the plan is. Are we digging up Larry? Are we going to take that stupid bracelet? But he's not yet responded. Well, actually, Glockness, I think that's a very reasonable question, to be honest. Why are we quoting TLC? You're not Michael Keaton, says the Ribs. Listen, if I can quote TLC, I will try and get it in wherever I can. Yeah, we're very close to breaking out waterfalls. Matteo said, Daze, do we think that the blue retro style for Punk Roman is going to be the graphic for all the matches? I believe so. On Sunday, and that other one is going to be a different style. It's a good question, that, actually. It's a good question. Because I hadn't massively noticed that they had done that a different way, but they have, haven't they? I mean, I saw that the other day and I just thought that was going to be the graphic for all of them, but actually it does make sense, doesn't it, to kind of have two different graphic styles, so it makes it easier at a glance for us to know what is Saturday and what is Sunday. You know, if the background is that, it's Sunday. If the background is that, it's Saturday. It's not going to massively help the casual fans, but for us, at a glance, we'll be able to know straight away what day it is. It's not a bad idea, rather than just having the same background for everything. So, yeah, that's the kind of futuristic type vibe for the background for that. I don't know if that is for all of Sunday's matches. And I don't know what this is, like a post-apocalyptic sort of vibe for Saturday. So, yeah, big news. I mean, that looks like it's confirming which one's going where as well, doesn't it? So, looks like CM Punk is going to have his proper Night 2 main event. No one can take that away from him. The only thing is, people can say, well, you didn't main event when it was just one night Mania. It's easy to main event a 2-night Mania because you got 2 nights to choose, like which one, but like a 1-night Mania when there was only one main event, you didn't do that, did you? No. But no, this is the proper one, isn't it? Night 2. Can't really argue with that. The main event proves that Starks can't handle it in both WWE and AEW, which is what brought down the score, says Tony K. I actually don't know what my score would be on this. Thought it was really solid. I do think that main event was probably the weakest of the matches. I did really enjoy Izzi Tatum. They started that last year with different graphics. Oh, did they? I don't think I noticed if they did that last year for the 2 nights. I'd have to have a look at that. Glockness said he can't get a Night 2 main event without Roman, said Glockness. Yep, we could always break that one out if needed. See you on Monday, says Ali. Ali, shout out to you. Hopefully Monday is going to be really good. We know that Raw was very well received, so whatever they're doing on Raw, I hope that they can carry that on Monday. So fingers crossed that this week's show is going to be good as well. What do we think about Tony, Ricky, Ethan? What are they doing with them? Tony, Ricky, and Ethan. Tony. I feel like Tony will go after the title, so he's going to set his sights on that. Whether Dark State are going to let him. I feel like Ricky's probably not going to move out of the title picture. He's probably still going to want to be around it. I mean, we could do a fatal 4-way. Could do a triple threat is what I was expecting. But I mean, if we're going to sort of make out that Tony is now done with Dark State, I'm going to have a bit of a problem with that. Because I just don't feel like beating Dion Lennox is enough to say that you've dealt with the problem. You know? I'm coming for you, Dark State. And you have a match against one member, get a win in a match, and well, that's it. You've dealt with them. Well, that's part 1 done. So, I don't know. Will Dark State allow him to kind of now move his sights and set his sights on the title? I think actually having Ricky, Ethan, and Joe around the championship for Stand and Deliver is pretty fun. Not down on that. Whether we do something else with Tony and he just stays with Dark State, maybe doing something with OTM. I mean, it'd have to be something a bit more exciting than just a 6-man tag. But I'm sure you could come up with something that would be quite exciting, some sort of stipulation or some sort of match type that could make that quite exciting. And maybe we do that and just keep him away from the title. He can go after the title because I don't think he's getting called up anytime soon. Haven't heard he is. So maybe he can go after the title like after Stand and Deliver. So it could be a fatal 4-way though, couldn't it? I mean, it could be that he's done with Dark State now. In my mind, I don't feel like he is, but what if Luca is still in WWE? Well, I think Luca is still in WWE. We saw a slightly updated look for Luca recently. Mateo said Blake Jade was great. Tony Dion was good. Love the backstage stuff. Izzi, Tatum, great chemistry from them. Amazing. Lola, Kelani, main event was probably the worst match. So Mateo finishes on about an 8. Big Time said I'm about a 7.5. Matches were all good except for the main event. Firing on all cylinders. There was no breathing room. Come down was needed and it ended up being that last match. David said it just is for reasons. Dion might have worn what he had known what show he was wrestling at. Daze, how do we keep so young, says Tony. Well, it's through watching so much wrestling. That is what keeps me young. Okay, I think what we're going to do is call it quits there because I want to get an opinions video done. I'm going to work on a few other bits. So if you want to leave your thoughts, you can leave them on X and we'll do an opinions video. Billy said, it's a 7 for me. It's not bad and it has been better than what we've been getting lately. David at a 7 as well, actually. Sanan said Luca was one of the bodies for the underground match. Oh, was he out there, was he? I didn't spot Luca. Typical Summers says, I'm at an 8. It was a very good show. The women should have main evented. It was the best match of the night, in my opinion. Daze, do we think NXT has the talent but is lacking the names to really pop off the screen? I think there could be something to that. I do think that the men's division needs a bit of support. The thing that I don't understand is you've called up Javon, you've called up Oba, you've called up Trick. Why would you not just have some main roster support? Like, as we said, this show last year, this exact same show, had Austin Theory, Grayson Waller, and Bailey. And that was last year when we still had Oba and Trick and Javon and Julia and Stephanie. And like, we had all of those names in NXT, but we were still getting some main roster support. Now we don't have Julia, we don't have Jordan Grace, we don't have Stephanie, we don't have Roxanne, we don't have Oba, we don't have Trick, we don't have Javon. I mean, you know, we've really called up a good chunk of people. And we don't have any of those people now. And we also don't have any main roster support. Like, we couldn't have found a way of using someone on this show that could have just given it a bit of a boost. I mean, what I would say is that it's gone pretty well anyway, right? The quality of the show has been, like, really good. But how many people looked at this card and thought, yeah, I'll tune into that? I mean, don't forget, it's competing against UFC. If there is people divided between the two, how many people would have chose this over UFC? I don't know. I don't know. I do think that they could have had a bit more support with some main roster, you know, support. But whatever, you know, the show was still fun. And I think there is still plenty of talent that's around. But as you say, have they got those big names that's going to really draw people in? Joe Hendry is popular. I don't know about Ricky. I think Ricky's, fine. I don't know that he's bringing in loads of eyeballs. I think they're kind of hoping that Joe is going to do that for them. So I'm sure they're keeping a very close eye on the numbers. And actually, the numbers for NXT recently have not been bad. So perhaps they looked at that and felt like there was no major dramas. But I'm sure it's all being analysed and kept a look at. Maybe Johnny was going to come back and was get his mojo back. Then he could have a proper run on the main roster. Yeah, he's someone I'm quite surprised we haven't done that with, actually. I'm surprised that we've not kind of used him because he's not really doing anything on the main roster. It's not like he's essential. I mean, we could have had Motor City come in and do something, there's a few people that are not really doing much at the moment that we could have used. So, Grayson. I mean, what's Grayson Waller doing at the moment? Could have potentially used him. So, it's one of those, isn't it? Whatever. It doesn't matter. The show was still a lot of fun. I had a great time. I'm pleased that we got to watch some wrestling on a Saturday. I'll always take that. Steve said NXT shows continue to outperform the main roster. David said, has Omos got bigger? You could have had Omos come in. He could have maybe done something. He's another one, isn't he, that pops up from time to time, showing up in different places. Could have been quite fun to have done a little something with Omos at this time of year. But it doesn't matter. We got the show anyway, and it was good. Right, I'm going to go and do the opinions video. Big thank you to everyone that's joined us. The main event got a score of good 97, so it was the lowest rated match. But still a very fun show overall. So, yeah, thanks for joining us. Appreciate the support as always. Hope you had a good evening. And I will, of course, see you on Monday for Raw. And I'm hoping it's going to continue the good vibes of last week's Raw. So I'm going to go in with some optimism. And, yeah, on we go. On we go. Thanks a lot.